and how you take care of those things. And I can't wait to see this offensive line play. I've been waiting for a long time. If Robert Hudson plays a lot today, I'm so excited for that young man, just because of all he's been through in his life, and there'll be more written about his story as he breaks into the lineup and plays. But talk about a house. That guy, can pick up the refrigerator and move it by himself, and it doesn't matter if it's the $4,000 Sub-Zero or whatever it is, right?
Which you probably have in your new house.
No,
big deal.
no, not that.
Well, but Ben, it's fun to even be in this position at least for 3.5 hours.
Yeah.
To talk some football today.
Let's get it done.
We'll talk to you on the sideline.
Love it.
And that wraps up the Wiffles Hybrid Cyclone Game Day Show. When we come back, we'll talk to Matt Campbell in the coach's corner. Still have a conversation with John Walters. So we are about 1 hour exactly from kickoff. Iowa State and Louisiana. Back with more from Jack Trice Stadium on the Cyclone Network from Learfield IMG College.
As a football player and academically, I really feel like we haven't missed a beat. And that's a credit to a lot of people, obviously, within the organization, a lot of credit to our leadership of our football players, and then obviously the commitment of our football players. So, this group has done a phenomenal job, and it's great to be rewarded with the opportunity to play football again.
Matt, when you have something taken away from you, certainly it hurts. Do you feel like maybe there's an appreciation that's even greater for the game of football and how much joy these guys get in playing the game, to know that it was almost taken away from them?
Yeah, I feel like the chaos of the world we're living in today, right now, I think that one of the things that football has done is brought normality and a great appreciation for what this sport really is. I think I've heard this said so many times before, is football's the one team sport that's so directly correlated to life. And, I think we've been able to really sink into that. And I think that the chaos since March of everything that's going on has really allowed us to really have a great appreciation of team, of sport, and certainly of each other. And so, I think it's given all of us, coaches, players, everybody involved, a sense of finding a normal as we know it.
One minute you're kind of preparing for South Dakota and Iowa and UNLV, and the next minute you're preparing for Ball State, and now all of a sudden it's Louisiana, and you really got a heck of an opponent here, and you're only going to play one non-conference game, so maybe it's not such a bad deal that you will learn a lot about your team today.
Well, I think that's probably the great challenge about today is you're talking about, one of what I would say is the better teams in college football this fall. A team that returns, a lot of starters. They've won a lot of football games. They've played in conference championship games the last 2 years. They've won bowl games. And, they have all the pieces that have allowed that success to occur back. And it's a team that's going to come in with a lot of confidence. It's going to come in with the right players at the right positions on both sides of the ball and in special teams. And it's going to be a great challenge, instantly to find out where we are and, where this football team is. And, I'm excited because I want to see where we are in terms of, football shape and game shape and what this team looks like, because I think those are a lot of unknowns that, working through this process when health and safety are your number one concerns, you're excited to see the competitive piece of things where you really are.
We'll come back and visit about the Cyclone offense momentarily. You're listening to our pregame interview with Matt Campbell on the Cyclone Network from Learfield IMG College.
overdoing it, but really refining the foundation of who we are on both sides of the ball. I thought that, once we were able to come back in June, we really took about the month and a half of June till right up to the end of August, or right up to the end of July, to really refine the fundamentals of our foundational schemes. And then, really through the month of August, we were able to really start to capitalize on the value of competitive reps. And so, I think we were able to start slow. We were able to stay steady and really pound away at the fundamentals and details. And, as we left last year, those are some of the things I think we had taken for granted. So probably a perfect storm for us in terms of building an offense and defense.
Let's looking at your offense a year ago, 28% of your plays, you had at least 2 tight ends on the field. Could that number grow even higher this year?
Yeah, I think that's one of the things that we're starting to get offensively is have a lot of pieces of the puzzle to create matchups, to, put ourselves in situations where they're advantageous for offensive success. And, sometimes when you don't have all the pieces, it's hard to create some of those matchups. But, when you talk about the tight end position, there's it's obviously a very healthy room, a room that has a lot of talent across the board, even the young players in there. And I think that part's exciting. But, you look at the running back room and it's got a lot of talent. You look at the wide receiver room and it's got a lot of talent. And so, I think it's continuing to have competitive reps during the week and then figure out, who or what gives you the best advantage to have success on Saturday.
What will Louisiana bring defensively? When I watch them, I see a lot of speed sideline to sideline.
Yeah, I see a football team that plays really, really hard. Defensively, it's aggressive in critical situations. You cross the 50, they're going to come after you. You see a team that's gotten better in this on its defensive front. And, again, we've believed this for a long time, too. Iron sharpens iron. So they've been going against a very dynamic, outstanding offense. And so you can see the growth over the last couple of years of the defense. But, a really talented defense and a defense, like you said, that has the ability to really put the pressure on the offense.
A year ago, Coach, your team was 8th in the nation in plays that went 10 yards or longer. Can this year's team have that same kind of explosiveness as last year's team did?
Yeah, I think, again, it's a team that certainly there's a lot of guys that with the ball in their hand can make plays. And, again, those are things where as coaches, our job and responsibility is, to put those playmakers in the position to have success. And, I think you're certainly fortunate here that you have a great orchestrator in making sure that those balls are getting where they need to go in Brock Purdy. So I think any time that you have a quarterback that's surrounded by talented pieces, I think really positive things can occur.
Back with more of the Coach's Corner. You're listening to Cyclone Football from Learfield IMG College.
linemen, talented tight ends, really big physical running backs, and all that orchestrated with, one of the more talented quarterbacks in college football this year. And, a young man in Levi Lewis who's a 4-year starter and a guy that's had tremendous success. And so you're seeing, a team that's physically going to really try to manipulate the run game, force you to get your secondary down in the box, and then once you do, having the ability to take advantage of it with a super talented quarterback.
John Haycock's defenses have been very good at winning first down through the years, getting teams behind the chains, lots of tackles for loss. This is a Louisiana team, first a year ago, led the nation in having the fewest tackles for loss as an offense. Is it a hard team to get behind the chains?
Well, I think they are, just because the physicality of their run game and, their ability to get downhill with their two tailbacks is really impressive on the video. And again, we're going to have to work really hard to win first down, because, again, they're dangerous because they get you in second medium. And now all of a sudden, the advantage goes back to them in the run-pass game. So, I think it's a team that really wants to live, in that world and really put the pressure back on the defense of staying in run situations and, having the ability to exploit you, especially with the ability and escapability of their quarterback.
Matt, you've talked a lot through the years about the importance of getting your best players on the field. You've got a bevy of really talented defensive ends, and you've got flexibility with any to move him inside. Might we see some more maybe four-man fronts or some switching today to try to get your best players out there every chance you get?
Yeah, I think those are things as you went into the off season of just trying to continue to orchestrate the ability to grow our defensive side of the football. And, I think that's one area of getting our best playmakers in position to have success is always the starting point of our conversation. And so, I think the ability to have flexibility throughout what we do defensively is certainly ever growing with us. And, we're excited to kind of continue to grow that and manufacture that at times today.
We kind of know what you have with your front line linebackers in Mike Rose, Ryan Vance, and Jake Hummel. The depth is the question. How has that kind of played out in fall camp to find some twos that you can trust out there?
Well, I think for us, it's been fun to watch the growth of Deshaun Davis, a young, talented football player from Cleveland, Ohio, that's come in here and had a great camp. It's Eric Horn, who, is going into his second year and continues to grow. I think we're all really excited about Gary Vaughn, a guy that played a lot of reps last year for us and, has had a tremendous camp. And, I think there's a lot of competition at the depth of that, at that linebacker spot. Young player in Cole Peterson's a guy that continues to pop and show great things. So there's a lot more names to talk about, and there's a lot of growth that's occurred there. And I think that part will be critical for our success as well, knowing that we're going to need to be able to rotate guys and really have great depth at that linebacker spot.
Back with more of the Coach's Corner. You're listening to Cyclone Football from Learfield IMG College.
Okay, admittedly, a fan's guide to the game when fans aren't allowed to attend the game is an oxymoron. Man, Cyclone fans, we are going to miss you dearly on Saturday, but here's a few things we thought you should know. Hey, if you're planning to listen to the game, thanks. Eric Heft, Brent Loom, and Ben Bruns will join me on the Cyclone Radio Network, and our broadcast will begin at 9. And if you plan to watch the game on TV, that's great too. ESPN has a great crew with Tom Hart, Mike Golick, and Cole Kubalik. And on Cyclones.tv and several other platforms, we'll have Cyclone Nation Central. This is a second screen option with some creative video features, live cameras, and Brent Bloom interviewing some all-time Cyclone greats. We really think you'll enjoy this. And if you are in Ames this weekend, our friends at the Ames Convention and Visitors Bureau want you to know that all weekend long there'll be September sidewalk sales downtown, and there's also a drive-through farmers market Friday night in Boone. Plus, a Paint Your Own Pottery Gnome Week event, Friday and Saturday at the Memorial Union. Man, Cyclone fans, you have proven time and time again that you are the best fans in the nation. We can't tell you how much we appreciate you. Let's cheer on the Cyclones like crazy from home on Saturday and prove once and for all you do not have to be present to win. Go Cyclones! To call it the long-awaited season opener,
about the importance of finding a way to be the team that can close out close football games. That could be tested here today to see how far you've come in that area, because this could be a close football game.
Yeah, I think the reality of, what Coach Andrews has brought to the table is just, I think a physical alignment to the cultural piece of where we're at and where we want to be. And it's been great to have him and his staff on board, and really grateful for it. And I think all those things continuing to align together will be critical for us, not only in this football game, but as we continue to grow Iowa State football in every way, shape, and form. And so, you're right. I expect a tremendous football game, two really talented teams, two teams that have veteranness in the spots where good football teams have veteranness. And, I'm great, like you said at the get-go, John. It's going to be a great challenge for Iowa State football, but what a great way to kick off the college football season.
Last thing for you, Coach. The fans obviously wish they could be there today. There's no more loyal fan base in college football than Iowa State, and I'm sure they're listening right now, and I'm sure they're hurting a little bit that they can't be there. But what would be your message to them about this group of guys, and what is your overall message to Cyclone fans right now?
Well, I think what I would tell you is there may be no greater team that sacrifice more to represent what I think this fan base has always wanted their football program to be about. And, I know from our fan base, even, once we can get you back in the stands, obviously it'll be great to have you, but to continue to support who this team is and what they're about, I think they all have a chance to really make them proud to be Cyclones. So, thank you to our great fans. We certainly miss you, and we look forward to the day we can have you back in Jack Trice Stadium.
Hopefully that day's coming very soon. Appreciate your time. Wish you well in today's game, and thanks for spending some time with us.
All right, guys. Thanks so much.
All right, that wraps up the Coach's Corner. We'll come back with more of the pregame show. You're listening to Cyclone Football from Learfield IMG College.
Today's projected starting lineup is brought to you by Cenex. With over 1,500 convenience stores, it's your one-stop shop for all game day essentials. Come in for everything you need, from snacks to drinks to top quality fuel. Cyclone Pride, powered locally at Cenex. From Gilbert, Arizona, number 15, Brock Purdy. From Wichita, Kansas, number 28, Brees Hall. From Nixa, Missouri, number 11, Chase Allen. From Bradenton, Florida, number 1, Tariq Milton. From Jacksonville, Florida, number 8, Xavier Hutchinson. From Jones, Oklahoma, number 2, Sean Shaw Jr. From Mundelein, Illinois, number 75, Sean Foster. From Creston, Iowa, number 52, Trevor Downing. From Ames, Iowa, number 57, Colin Newell. From Plymouth, Wisconsin, number 64, Derek Schwieger. From West Des Moines, Iowa, number 72, Jake Remsburg. From Detroit, Michigan, Ioma Uwazurike. From Woodstock, Georgia, number 56, Latrell Bankston. From Jacksonville, Florida, number 3, Jaquan Bailey. From Des Moines, Iowa, number 35, Jake Hummel. From Cedar Rapids, Iowa, number 34, Orion Vance. From Brecksville, Ohio, number 23, Mike Rose. From Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, number 1, Aishin Young. From Bakersfield, California, number 11, Lawrence White IV. From Grand Prairie, Texas, number 12, Greg Eisworth II. From St. Petersburg, Florida, number 26, Anthony Johnson Jr. From Valdosta, Georgia, number 13, Tavon Kyle. From Naperville, Illinois, number 96, Connor Asali. From Mesa, Arizona, number 41, Kobe Hathcock. From Grinnell, Iowa, number 7, Joe Rivera.
how can Iowa State neutralize him and that other defensive front? They're going to play mostly 3-4, somewhat similar to what Iowa State plays. But Iowa State's got new faces in the offensive line. And whether it's Sean Foster, who has started some, but that was 3 years ago. Joey Ramos, Jake Remsburg, Jared Hufford, Derek Schweiger, guys that haven't played much football. How cohesive can they be not having spring football? And I think that's going to be really a huge matchup. On the other hand, I think the weakness of the defense, if there is one for Louisiana, and it's a good defense, I don't think the secondary is bad, but I think Iowa State with their receivers has a chance to really exploit that if they can protect Brock Purdy. But Brock's coming off a terrific season, and I think he's going to have a better year this year. But he's got to have the guys up front do the job and make it possible for him to really show everything that he can do.
And you look at the other side with Iowa State defensively, they're facing an explosive Louisiana offense that has an incredible balance between the run and the pass, really good quarterback, but outstanding running backs.
Outstanding running backs. Elijah Mitchell over 1,100 yards a year ago. Trey Regis. And Regis, 5'10", 230 pounds. He can run over you. I mean, he's got tremendous power. But Mitchell's almost 220 pounds. So both those guys can go. The third guy, Chris Smith, we'll probably see some today too. He is a speed burner. So they've got three guys. They've been playing three guys that have, for the last couple of years, that all have over between 700 and 1,200 yards. So that's very impressive. Their ability to run the football, they averaged over 6 yards a carry last year. And at Iowa State, look at them defensively, it's going to be a challenge. But Iowa State has depth up front. I think more depth than they've had in past, with Zach Peterson, Daquan Bailey, Enyi Wazirike, Tucker Robertson. And then you throw in a guy like Latrell Bankston, who could be a real key factor in this defense. I love Iowa State's linebackers in Vance, Rose, and Hummel. And I think the secondary maybe is the best part of the whole defense. So I think it's a really good defense, John. But if you look back last year, statistically, Iowa State had a good defense. They have to be better this year. Mm-hmm. And if they are, then I think Iowa State can have some tremendous goals that they'll be able to achieve. But they're going to be tested, by an outstanding quarterback, a lefty, 5'10", pass first, but he can run, and he's hard to keep in the pocket. Can they control him? Can they keep the Cajuns from really running that ball on first and second down successfully? That's going to be one of the huge keys to this game.
More to come on the EMC Warm-Up Show. You're listening to Cyclone Football from Learfield IMG College. To call it the long-awaited season opener might not do it justice, and a Louisiana program coming off an 11-win season provides a good challenge in Week 1. Just one guy's opinion, but here are some of my keys to getting the job done. Number 1, slow the run game. Under John Haycock, Iowa State has always had a productive rush defense, and it'll have to be good to slow down the Raging Cajuns. Louisiana finished 6th nationally last season, averaging 257 rushing yards per game. A very good offensive line returned several starters, and the top 2 running backs return as well. Elijah Mitchell and Trey Regis combined for just under 2,000 yards and 27 rushing touchdowns a season ago. Louisiana would love to stay ahead of the chains and make talented quarterback Levi Lewis even more effective in play action. The Raging Cajuns surrendered the fewest tackles for loss of any FBS program last season. On the flip side, Iowa State is very good at producing TFLs. Getting a few on Saturday would go a long way toward getting stops and getting that Louisiana offense off the field. Number 2, establish the run game. Brock Purdy put a lot on his shoulders a year ago, and the Cyclones had the top passing offense in the Big 12. But to keep Purdy healthy, Iowa State will need to establish the ground game. That was an area that really took off a year ago when Breece Hall moved into a starting role. Iowa State's talented young offensive line will need to give Hall and the other running backs some room to work. But if the Cyclones can get that ground game established, it'll open up play action and keep Louisiana from coming hard after Purdy. The Raging Cajuns had 33 sacks a year ago. A good run-pass balance would really help Iowa State this week. Number 3, detail. It might be the most used word in Matt Campbell's vocabulary, and for good reason. Attention to detail is the reason that Campbell has been able to move the Cyclone program forward. Still, the Cyclones went 2-4 last season in games decided by one score. A detail here, a detail there can be the difference. in a close game. And this could very well be a close game. Detail, detail, detail.
Well, and I think this is going to be a real test.
Which I think will be good for this team.
No question. And you know, you start the season with big-time expectations, and that requires you to go take on tests. And why not play somebody that knows how to play, knows how to win in this Louisiana club?
Thanks, Ben. Talk to you again in a moment. Time now for the EMC Did You Know question of the week, brought to you by EMC Insurance Companies. You've worked hard to build your business. Now count on EMC Insurance Companies to protect it. Find your new agent and the right coverage for your company's assets at emcins.com. And today's question, who has the longest currently active streak for consecutive starts on the Cyclones? Who has the longest current active streak for consecutive starts? We're going to come back with the answer to this week's EMC Did You Know right after these messages. You're listening to Cyclone Football from Learfield IMG College.
Don't come to Iowa State because it's easy. And this offseason has
anthem. Iowa State's campanile stands as a symbol of our great university. It features 50 bells which ring forever in the hearts of all who love Iowa State. We now salute the campanile, the inspiration for the university's alma mater. Under the direction of Christian character, the bells of Iowa State.
This has been a year unlike any other. To say our lives have been turned upside down would be a bit of an understatement. 2020 has definitely changed us forever. But now a new season of challenges has arrived. Today, football. We've had to clear several hurdles just to get here, but here we are.
You know, we can only control what we can control, and you know, really taking things one day at a time. And I think that's really helped us, to be quite honest with you. And you know, we can't control what's going on outside. We can't control, you know, what we do or don't know. All we can control is kind of what goes on in our bubble. And you know, I think that's how we have to approach it. And so, you know, it's really how I've approached it.
Perseverance and discipline in the midst of difficulty have always been a core tenet of Iowa State principles. We've certainly had our fair share of hard-fought challenges.
Thompson looking, changes direction, scrambling, end zone, touchdown!
Song on the way, and it is good. 17-14, 37 seconds remaining. TCU down in front.
It's true, and Baylor remains undefeated, 5-0 in the Big 12, their only lead.
But with every hill comes a new horizon, and the tests we face have only made us tougher, stronger, and well, a hell of a lot better.
He delivers down the left side, a leaping effort, and a catch for the touchdown by Alan Lazard! Are you kidding me?
Throws, and it is picked off! Intercepted by Spears!
Looking in, is it caught? Yes, it is! Deshaunte Jones! Touchdown! 3 seconds left on the clock for the win! He's got ice in those veins! Iowa State finally wins a close one!
There's problems you want, and then there's problems you don't. You don't really want this problem. You know me and my dudes be wildin'. You soft when it all pop off. Running your mouth and my money piling. I'm Chesty, I know it. Just play what you owe us. In cash, quick fans. Got the streets on lock and I can't give no pass. Just not anger, it's aggression.
So now we've reached our season. Unlike any other in the past, it's not going to feature stands completely full of Iowa State fans. It's going to be weird. It's going to be different. You know what? It's okay, because ultimately, we couldn't be more grateful to have the opportunity to play football. So you can tell 2020, we're ready.
Thanks for joining us today for this crazy and surreal season opener of the 2020 season. This will be an experiment along with us today. My job is to try and be the Monte Morris, to play point guard to set things up, but it should be an interesting program as we try and bring the Jack Trice Stadium game day atmosphere to you. We wish you were with us today, but we're going to do our best through social media, through interviews with special guests, and through the radio booth with John Walters, Eric Hepp, and Ben Bruns to bring the action to you. Have ESPN up in your one screen, have us up in your second screen, or just flip over to us during your commercials, and I think it'll be worth your time. Guests planned for today include former Cyclones J.J. Moses and J.D. Wagner, Iowa State Director of Athletics Jamie Pollard. We'll also speak to Steve Prohm and Bill Fenley, and a special guest just right outside the NBA bubble in George Niang. And we'll have some stats, updates, and everything else to keep you occupied throughout your time. Again, wish you were here with us, but feel free to use the hashtags that you see below, and we hope you can join us that way. It's hard to believe, but the 2020 football season is here. Through all the trials and tribulations, somehow we made it, and the Cyclones have a good one to open against a very talented Louisiana team. Louisiana went 11-3 a year ago, only 3 losses, twice to Appalachian State, and 1 to Mississippi State out of the SEC. And of course, so many expectations for Iowa State, ranked 23rd in the AP poll. For the first time in school history, Iowa State ranked to start the season in back-to-back years. And if you consider the teams not participating this year, Iowa State 15th in the country entering the season, and a lot of promise on the line. So should be an awesome experience today. Again, You will see some fans in the stands. You'll see the Iowa State varsity marching band there as well. But we think it'll be a fun experience to ride the journey with us today. And so we'll be back to talk with J.J. Moses here momentarily. But we'll head out to John Walters, Eric Heff, and the rest of the Cyclone Radio Network crew.
Cyclone fans, we wish you could be with us today. So many of you that have rarely, if ever, missed a game. I know you're hurting not being able to be with us here today. Hopefully that day is coming soon. If you had a pool and you were trying to figure out what would be the first name that we would describe in our play-by-play, you're the winner if you had Eddie Ogamba. He will kick it off for Iowa State. And the opening kickoff is brought to you by U.S. Cellular. Avoid breakdowns in coverage with U.S. Cellular. Ogamba transferred into Iowa State last year from Iowa Western Community College. He will handle the kickoff duties. We expect Connor Sally to handle the PATs and field goals. Who else we got out there, Eric, on this kickoff coverage unit?
Well, DJ Miller for one, Zach Peterson.
Boy, Zach was good on that unit a year ago.
McDonald out there as well. Let's see. Who
Chime in, Ben Bruns, if you can name a few.
Oh, Landon Akers, Jake Hummel, Gary Vaughn.
Yeah. Cyclones kicking from left to right in front of us. Back deep for Louisiana is Chris Smith. He's a speedster.
Kendall Jackson out there as well.
And here goes Eddie Ogamba approaching the ball, and this season is finally underway. End-over-end kick taken at about the 5-yard line. Chris Smith right side of the field with great speed. 20-yard line brought down on a great tackle. That was Kamani King that got him down to the 24-yard line. And that's where Louisiana will start. And that's the Cyclone fans. That's the first tackle of the game. Each Iowa State tackle means another $10 donated to Big Brothers Big Sisters, courtesy of Storage Mart, proud sponsor of Iowa State Athletics. So credit Kamani King with that first tackle.
3-man front for Iowa State. Uwazurike, Isaiah Lee, and Jaquan Bailey.
It is in the shotgun here. Lewis handing it off on first down and a running play off the right side for Elijah Mitchell. He picked up about 3. The ball popped out, but it was Hummel on the stop. Correction, not a fumble, but Hummel. Right. Jake Hummel on the stop for Iowa State.
Linebackers, Mike Rose, Jake Hummel, Orion Vance, Tavon Kyle, and Anthony Johnson, the corners.
Pretty much what we expected. Out of the shotgun here is Lewis on 2nd and 7. He rolls to his left, trying to buy some time. Being chased, throws on the run, and incomplete. Trying to go to his tight end, Johnny Lumpkin. It was thrown a little bit behind him. The pass goes incomplete. It will be 3rd down and 7 for Louisiana.
The safeties for Iowa State at the very back end, as Greg Eisworth out there, Aisheem Young, and Lawrence White. Now some substitutions. They get DJ Miller in, as this is what Iowa State was hoping for.
And Kamani King in there at safety.
Come on. And Will McDonald in. A pass rusher.
3rd and 7. Out of the shotgun is Levi Lewis. Empty backfield. Lewis a quick look, slant, left side, caught, and a first down. And that catch was made by Jalen Williams. And he moves the chains. Tavon Kyle made the stop. But, Eric, that was an issue for Iowa State a year ago defensively. They'd get the 3rd and long, and then they wouldn't be able to get that play to get off the field.
Yeah, just a quick slant that time, so Iowa State no opportunity to get pressure on Levi Lewis, the quarterback. And he is an accurate quarterback. 26 touchdowns a year ago, only 4 interceptions.
So a first down for Louisiana. They're out to the 37-yard line. And Lewis hands it off on a left side run, and breaking a tackle was Trey Regis. And that was Elijah Mitchell. He's brought down at the 40-yard line. A 3-yard run. Jake Hummel made the stop for Iowa State.
Yeah, Aisheem Young came through quickly from that star spot and had an opportunity to make a tackle in the backfield. Couldn't quite do it.
2nd and 7 for Louisiana. They operate from their own 40-yard line. 3-man front for Iowa State. Lewis in a pistol formation. Now the running back shifts over to his right. Lewis looks to throw. He pumps and fires to the right side and is almost picked off by Tavon Kyle. He got a hand up there and broke it up. It was intended for Dante Fleming, the outstanding freshman for Louisiana, but a good play by Tavon Kyle to get the pass broken up.
Yeah, excellent job by Kyle as he dropped back in coverage. He had deep help from Greg Eisworth.
So another 3rd and 7. Second time that Iowa State's had Louisiana in this predicament. See if they can get off the field here.
And Iowa State does not make the substitutions they did in the previous 3rd and 7.
Joshua Bailey's in there at the nose guard spot. Out of the shotgun is Lewis. 3rd down and 7. Lewis under duress from Bailey. Trying to scramble away from him. He does. Now under more pressure from Jaquan Bailey, and he's finally run out of bounds. The Bailey brothers team up, and the Cyclones get the tackle for loss, and they will force Louisiana to punt it away. It was Joshua Bailey forcing him out, and Jaquan Bailey finishing the play.
But a terrific job by Josh Bailey initially, because he had great penetration. He got upfield quickly from that nose spot and really forced the scramble, broke up all the timing of the play, and then it was just trying to catch a very elusive quarterback in Levi Lewis. They finally end up with the sack.
Reese Burns is an Australian punter, likes to punt it rugby style. He's very good.
44 yards a year ago.
Back deep for Iowa State, DJ Miller and Tariq Milton, a running start. And it'll be Miller that takes it at the 16-yard line and returns it. Stiff arm, operates to the left side, and now cuts back. He was able to get back to where he started, which was the 16-yard line, and that's where Iowa State will start. So they kept it away from Tariq Milton. And now the Cyclone offense takes the field.
Pioneer is proud to work with generations of American farmers in the most complex and rewarding industry on earth. From your friends at Pioneer, thank you, farmers.
Good job by that Cyclone defense to get off the field. Now, if you're joining us just now, we mentioned earlier Charlie Kohler not dressed today. It is Chase Allen starting at the tight end position. Brees Hall, the running back. Brock Purdy, the quarterback. Iowa State operating left to right, starting at its own 16-yard line. Purdy out of the shotgun. Colin Newell will snap it to him. And he will hand it off to Brees Hall. Up the middle goes Brees. Fights forward for about 4, almost 5 yards to the 21-yard line. Give it 5 on the carry by Hall.
Yeah, and that offensive line for Iowa State, Joey Ramos at right tackle, Derek Schweiger right guard, Colin Newell center, Trevor Downing at the left guard, and Sean Foster, the left tackle.
2nd and 5 for Iowa State. They operate from their own 21-yard line. 3 receivers right and Purdy in the shotgun. The running back, Hall, offset to his right. There's the shotgun snap, and Purdy looks to throw, delivers right. It's caught by Sean Shaw at the 25. He's across the 30 to the 31-yard line. A Cyclone first down, and that is a first down for Farmers, brought to you by our friends at Pivot Bio, the agricultural sciences company, not content to just get in the end zone. They're the ones moving the goalpost. With each first down for Farmers, Pivot Bio will donate $25 to future farmers of America in the Iowa State College of Agriculture.
Big cushion given to Sean Shaw that time, and good job by Purdy, just taking advantage of what's there.
A 10-yard gain on that throw from Purdy to Shaw. 1st and 10, Iowa State at the 31. Out of the shotgun, Purdy. And he will give it to Hall, who runs left and fights forward for about 3 to the 34-yard line. Brees Hall with his second carry. It was Jones on the stop.
Had motion across the formation that time behind the quarterback and running back, and Tariq Milton then ran the opposite way. But trying to get some movement, maybe make that defense move a little bit, or setting something up later for Tariq Milton on a little swing.
Landon Akers checks into the game. Dylan Saner's out there as well. It is a 2nd down and 7 for Iowa State. They operate from their own 34. Iowa State's opening possession. Louisiana did get 1 first down on its first drive, then had to punt. 2nd and 7 here from the 34. Purdy, quick throw right. Caught by Milton. Has some blockers out in front. He's across the 40 and fights his way forward to the 43-yard line for another Cyclone first down. Nice work by Milton after the catch.
Once again, Milton goes in motion, and he takes a step back. And a nice quick throw to him, and good blocking, Dylan Saner out in front.
Cyclones go quickly and hand it off to Brees Hall, trying the right side. He cuts back, gets across to the 50-yard line, right at the 50. That's a gain of 7 on the first down run for Hall.
They're going to spot him at the 49 of Louisiana.
So call it an 8-yard run. It was Lorenzo McCaskill that made the stop for Louisiana, but the Cyclones get a good ahead of the chains opportunity here on 2nd and 2 from the 49-yard line of Louisiana. Opening possession for Iowa State. They started at their own 16-yard line. They're moving the chains. Out of the shotgun is Brock Purdy. He's got 2 receivers to the left side, 1 to the right. Brings Saner in close to the lineman, and now he'll hand it off to Hall, who cuts back and tries to find a little daylight, but not much there. About a yard on the run by Hall. It'll set up 3rd down and 1.
Yeah, good job by the Cajun defense that time. Defensive end,
Chauncey Bannock.
Yeah. He lines up. He's been lining up at that defensive end spot.
Yeah, he's got that jack linebacker, sometimes gets right up on the line of scrimmage, frequently does. So now 3rd down and 1 for Iowa State. They're going to go with a tight formation here, just one receiver right, and Purdy under center. Power formation, and the running back is Brees Hall. 3rd down and a yard to go for the Cyclones. And Hall gets the handoff from Purdy, and then on second effort, he gets the first down and gets to the 46-yard line of Louisiana. 3-yard run for Brees Hall.
So without Charlie Kohler available today, 3 tight end spot. Who was the 3rd tight end? Jared Russ.
Oh, there you go. And now 1st and 10 for Iowa State. They're at the 46-yard line of Louisiana. Sean Shaw is wide left, 2 receivers to the right. 1st and 10 Cyclones from the 46 of the Ragin' Cajuns. In motion comes Milton. Purdy out of the shotgun. Purdy looks to throw it. Has some time. Delivers deep down the middle. And a leaping effort by Xavier Hutchinson. But it was broken up. He was well defended down there. And Xavier Hutchinson, they took a deep shot to him, but couldn't connect.
Yeah, good coverage. Back to the free safety, Percy Butler. Experienced player.
So that'll set up 2nd and 10 for Iowa State, taking a shot toward the end zone there.
Across midfield, early down. Iowa State likes to take shots in those situations. And Xavier Hutchinson, the junior college transfer, they have such high hopes for. I think he could be maybe one of the guys this year to really have a breakout year.
Played at Blinn Junior College. He's originally out of Jacksonville. Shotgun snap to Purdy. He looks to run. Now dumps it off right side. It's caught by Kane Nwangu, but he's brought down quickly. He did get 4 on the play, though, to the 42-yard line. McCaskill made the stop, but there's the first touch for Kane Nwangu. And it sets up 3rd and 6.
Pockets kind of collapsed a little bit, and he had just a little bit more time. He had Sean Shaw on a crossing route, and it could have been a significant play, but just not enough time.
Could be 4-down territory. It's 3rd down and 6 here from the 42-yard line of Louisiana. We have 7:55 to go in the opening quarter. No score. Louisiana got 1 first down on its opening possession, then had to punt it away. Cyclones started at their 16. They're now at the 42 of Louisiana, facing 3rd and 6. Purdy out of the shotgun. 3 receiver set. Brock looks to throw. He delivers right, incomplete. And again, he was trying to go to Xavier Hutchinson, but that pass.
Yeah, a bit of a miscommunication there, I think, is Hutchinson really got tied up with the corner as he was driving down the square out. Took him longer to get out, so the timing was disrupted a little bit, I think, by not a clean break by Hutchinson that time.
And the punt team will come on. It'll be Joe Rivera to punt it away for Iowa State. So a promising drive stalls out at the 42-yard line of the Ragin' Cajuns. Eric Guerrer is back deep for Louisiana. And Rivera will try to do something he excelled at last year, which is pin the opponent deep. Left footer from Grinnell hits the end of the ball to try to deaden it. And Guerrer will let it bounce. It does so inside the 10, and Landon Akers was down there. It will be touched first right around the 10-yard line, I believe. We'll see exactly where they spot it, but a good job by Rivera. They're going to put it at the 12-yard line. So Louisiana, we have a timeout here. No score. 7:25 to go in the opening quarter. You're listening to Cyclone Football from Learfield, IMG College.
Clear. So about exactly halfway through the first quarter, and Iowa State gets 3 first downs, but both teams elect to punt. Louisiana ball at the 12-yard line. And welcome back to Cyclone Nation Central. Now joined by former Cyclones, J.J. Moses down there in Houston. And it's J.J.'s birthday today. How are you, J.J.?
Hey, thanks so much, Brent. So excited to be able. We're excited, man. This is my birthday. 41 already, my friend, but all is well here in Houston and down here cheering on the Iowa State Cyclones and looking forward to a big season for them.
Well, JJ, you still look like you're in college, so I'm not worried about the age thing too much with you, my man. But tell me, when you're down there in Houston, how do you usually take in Iowa State games when you're down in the state of Texas?
Well, JJ, you still look like you're in college.
I think we're having a little bit trouble connecting with JJ, as the beauty of virtual calls in the COVID era here in 2020. So we'll try and line JJ back up here as Iowa State, again, pretty efficient on offense as we're trying to reconnect. We'll try and get back with JJ here in a moment. But Iowa State, Brock Purdy goes 3 of 5 for 23 yards on that first drive. The new look offensive line with some movement, but ultimately the deep shot on third down, unable to convert in Iowa State back to Louisiana. We thought this would be a game with a bunch of points, but so far it has been a couple stops on the defensive end, and we'll get JJ back on the screen. As JJ, welcome back. So what's it like down there in Texas being a Cyclone fan?
You know what? It's amazing to see a lot of Iowa State Cyclone fans down here in Houston. Sometimes when I'm going out and visiting and speaking at different schools, I'll run into a teacher that went to school at Iowa State, and so it's always great to see alumni here in Houston and representing the Cyclones. I remember there was a Cyclone bowl game back in 2005, and they were down here for the Texas Bowl, and it was so awesome, Brent, to see many of the Cyclone fans down here rooting on the Iowa State Staters.
So explain to the folks what you're up to now. I know you had a 5-year NFL career after your time at Iowa State and spent some time in the NFL following and still involved that way.
Yeah, I was so blessed to have had an opportunity after my playing days at Iowa State to go on to play in the National Football League. And after my NFL career, I went on and I was fortunate to have landed a position with the Houston Texans. And I was the director of player development, in which I put on leadership programs, really talked to them about life skills, career development, spiritual development, overall developing the player so he can be a professional on and off the football field. And so that was always a great opportunity just to really impact these athletes, because there's so many distractions. There's so many things that comes along with being an athlete. And I think what helps is being able to stay focused, to work hard. And if you continue to do those things, I think that's what puts you on a road for greater things ahead. And so as of now, I'm still motivating. I'm going out to businesses and motivate individuals. And I'm still involved with the National Football League. And I serve as a transitional coach in which I help all former players in the state of Texas prepare for their future after the game's over with. So I'm just truly blessed to be still affiliated with the NFL and really helping these athletes out.
That's awesome. And I understand that you got a new young one in the household, which is keeping you honest.
Only if you knew it. It's amazing. We finally had a son. We have 2 daughters. We have Zoe and Noelle, who's 5 and then 7. And then my last try, Brent, it was amazing. I ended up having a boy. His name is James Moses. Hopefully, we can get him up there and be a Cyclone real soon.
I said, can we get the number 32 brought back for that occasion?
Let's try it, man. Let's try it. I mean, we were again fortunate to have many of my family members, from my dad that played at Iowa State. I had an uncle that played at Iowa State. My first cousin played basketball at Iowa State. My brother played at Iowa State. So it's been a tradition, and really, we definitely are Cardinals and Gold at heart, and we're truly thankful to still be a part of this Iowa State nation.
Cyclone defense facing the 3rd and 8 right now, but we'll continue talking with JJ. And let's reflect back. I don't want to make you feel old here, but 20 years ago already was that special bowl in 2000, ended that 22-year drought of a bowl game, and you were such an instrumental part along with the rest of that senior class. And what do you remember from that time?
You know, we had a great senior class that year, and just kind of similar to this football team that you're watching right now. We were battle tested. We went through our ups and downs my first few years at Iowa State. We were only winning 4 to 5 games per season. And then that senior season came around, and Coach Dan McCarney and his amazing coaching staff, we decided that we're going to lock in, and we went on to have a 9-3 football season. We won, I think, the first ever bowl game at Iowa State.
Indeed.
But it was an amazing experience. So many great memories, and the great part about it was I still keep in contact with many of these, my former teammates, and there were several of us that went on to play in the National Football League on that senior team. And so what a great opportunity it was to be an Iowa State football player, and so many great memories, and I was so thankful to be a part of it.
Iowa State forces the punt and has good field position about the 43-yard line. So we'll see if Brock Purdy goes back to work. But you had a fun little quarterback there as well with Sage Rosenfels, and so much talent on that team. Just speak to that offense when you had Ennis Haywood, who, just a great Cyclone as well, and all those big guys up front, including my friend Ben Bruns, who
he gets a little more credit than he deserves, in my opinion.
But Bruns was the man.
But just speak to that offense and how much fun you had. I think you were all-conference player that year, almost 700 receiving yards, and had some really memorable games. The Iowa run, the Missouri run, the whole game in Colorado, just has to be some fun memories.
It was some great memories. I mean, we had a great nucleus, a great team, and Coach McCarney did a fabulous job as far as building a winning culture. And speaking of our quarterback, of course, Sage had a phenomenal season. Sage was always that guy that was smart, had a great IQ for the game, and then being led by that offensive line with having Ben Bruns there as a starting center. And Ben was one of those guys that when you would see Ben in the weight room, true story, Ben would put so many weights on that weight bar that the bar began to bend. I mean, the guy was just amazing as far as working out. And then we had some great wide receivers. And again, the biggest part I think that gave us that winning advantage was the Iowa State fans. I mean, we could have done it without the fans. They were there faithfully packing out Jack Trice Stadium, and I still remember that game against Missouri, and it was a night game, and had just won that game, and that's when we became bowl eligible for the first time. And I remember that game in particular because that was when I saw Iowa State turning the corner and the fans began to do that wave. You know how they do the wave when all the fans go around the stadium. And that's when I knew that we had something special. And it was just like one of those things that you're going to always remember as an Iowa State.
You know, I was in high school at the time, but that bowl game down in, not to make you feel old again, but that bowl game down in Phoenix, the Inside.com bowl, it felt like all of Ames, all of Central Iowa, all of Iowa was there, right there with you guys.
It was, I don't know how many fans showed up, but it looked like it was a sea of Cardinal and Cardinal and Gold out there. It was just amazing to see the amazing fan support. And I remember we had an opportunity prior to the game to go to an actual Phoenix Suns basketball game. That was a cool experience. I think we even had the Cardinals coach come out to our practice and watch some of our practices. And at that time, to be honest with you, Brent, that was the first time that I actually saw palm trees. I know I'm from Iowa, you saw the snow, but to go to Arizona and play in Phoenix during December, man, that was the best experience. And then you're seeing all those ESPN cameras around, and it was just, oh man, I can still feel it right now, man, I'm telling you.
What have you kept in touch with Iowa State and Matt Campbell? I know we went to see a couple of years ago when he was down recruiting down there in Texas. What do you think of the current coaching staff?
I admire, just tremendously have so much respect for Coach Campbell and his staff. He came down a few years back and had an opportunity to visit with him. He came to NRG Stadium, home of the Houston Texans. And at that time, I just kind of had a chance to really connect with him and just kind of walk him around, introduced him to some of our coaches. And everyone had so much respect for Coach Campbell. Coach Campbell, he's just so self-aware. He believes on building a culture of leaders and really implementing programs to help players make great decisions in terms of being self-aware, decision-making. And I think that's so vital when you're trying to promote or get these guys to play at a higher level. And Coach Campbell is definitely doing that. His vision for the program, the energy that he brings, I think that's exciting. And if I was a young player coming out of high school right now, I would definitely go to Iowa State because Coach Campbell has that winning pedigree, and you just love him as a person.
One play into Iowa State's drive, and Breece Hall fumbles the football, recovered by Louisiana. Ball security, JJ, it's vital. I mean, you have to know that from your time at Iowa State and also in the NFL.
It's vital. I mean, ball security, the best way that we would describe it as my primary position in the NFL and, of course, in college was kickoff and punt returner, and then I also played wide receiver. But once I made it into the National Football League, I began to realize, Brent, that not only am I carrying this football and protecting it and running for the team, but also the city's watching. I got to make sure that there's so much that comes along with holding that football, and I was always critical at making sure that I wouldn't fumble and that I wouldn't get, let anyone down. And of course, I think that's what helps teams win ball games is ball security.
JJ, can you hold on for a couple more plays and we'll catch up with you here in a little bit?
Absolutely.
Let's head back to the booth and John and Eric.
Bankston showing some great speed. I mean, Bankston, not a small guy by any stretch of the imagination. 300 pounds, a 6-footer. Iowa State also able, as he tried to roll out that time after play action, they got pressure in the face of Lewis, made him stop, and then Bankston there to clean him up.
So now you have a three-man front with McDonald coming from one edge and Jaquan Bailey from the other. Shotgun snap to Lewis. Quick throw left. Caught. And Mitchell made a man miss. He's across the 50, and he's tripped up, but not before he got a first down. A big 3rd and 12 conversion for Louisiana on the screen.
Good call on the screen. That time able just to lob it over the head of Jaquan Bailey. And Iowa State kind of missed a tackle. It would have been a tough tackle at about the line of scrimmage.
Louisiana goes quickly from the 43-yard line of Iowa State. They give it on an end around, and a good tackle made on LeBlanc. As over there again was Eni Uwazurike. Hummel was over there as well. And they got to the 41-yard line on the run by LeBlanc. They picked up 2. But Iowa State again, Eric, 3rd and long. Unable to make that play to get off the field. That was a bugaboo a year ago. We'll see if they can kind of get that figured out this season. Certainly have gotten Louisiana behind the chains more than Louisiana is used to. They led the nation last year in fewest tackles for loss allowed. Here is a handoff to Chris Smith, the speedster. He's brought down by Jaquan Bailey, maybe a half yard. Great play by Jaquan, and it's 3rd and long again for Louisiana.
Well, they're going to make some 3rd and long plays, because they have a lot of really good skill players, especially the quarterback. But I like the fact that Iowa State's getting him in 3rd and long virtually every time. Now, can Iowa State get the turnover here at some point?
3rd and 7 for Louisiana from the 40-yard line of Iowa State. 2 receivers to each side. And Lewis in a pistol formation hands it off. Smith, left side run. The speedster broke a tackle and got the first down. Chris Smith on a 3rd and 7 moves the chains.
He's the fastest of the 3 backs that they're going to play. But it was pretty well blocked that time, and Iowa State once again, Ryan Vance had a chance to make the play and couldn't quite get him to the ground, and Smith able to fall forward for the first down.
So 1st and 10, Louisiana. They're at the 33-yard line of Iowa State, called the 32 officially, and Louisiana moving the chains. Lewis in a pistol with receivers bunched to the right side. Handoff goes to Smith, right side burst, and he's hit and brought down. Good job underneath by Arnold Azuna to wrap him up, and then he got some help from Mike Rose. Good job by Arnold Azuna. Now we'll see Joshua Bailey, Zach Peterson, and Tucker Robertson enter. Fresh defensive line for Iowa State.
Yeah, Iowa State has depth there more than they've had in a lot of years past. Maybe the most depth ever.
And that's a spot where you need it. 2nd down and 8 for Louisiana. They're at the 30-yard line of Iowa State. Cyclone defense trying to tighten the screws here. DJ Miller's in there. He comes up, presses up toward the line of scrimmage. Levi Lewis in a pistol formation, brings a man in motion. Lewis hands it off. This is Regis off the right side, breaking a tackle and fighting his way forward, close to the first down marker, about a half yard shy at the 23-yard line. Azuna and Bailey made the stop, but not before a nice run by Regis.
Yeah, just able to pick up, see if they go quick now.
They will.
3rd and short.
3rd down and just inches. Lewis in the shotgun will give it to Regis off the right side. Broke a tackle. He's inside the 15. Broke another tackle. He gets to the 8-yard line. Trey Regis with a run of 15, and it's 1st and goal for Louisiana.
The offensive line kind of settling in a little bit here for the Cajuns.
Lots of missed tackles for Iowa State. They're 1st and goal now at the 8-yard line for Louisiana. Lewis will hand it off again. Regis off the left side and going nowhere this time. O'Brien Vance was there. He got some help from DJ Miller, and no gain on the play. So it'll be 2nd and goal from the 8 coming up.
And Iowa State gets Isaiah Lee, Jaquan Bailey back into the game. Iowa State substituting quite a few guys on defense. Cyclone football is brought to you by your local Northland Ford dealers. Visit buyfordnow.com.
Hasheem Young hustles back in there. So does Greg Eisworth. It's going to be 2nd and goal for Louisiana. They're at the 8-yard line trying to strike first. 45 seconds to go in the opening quarter. No score. Louisiana at the 7-yard line, we'll call it, of Iowa State. End around, pitch, and brought down for a loss. Jaquan Bailey back at the 14-yard line. Stops the end around by Dante Fleming.
The jet sweep that time as they had him in motion. The quick toss. Great job getting upfield by Jaquan Bailey.
Not just a tackle for loss, a tackle for a loss of 7 by Jaquan Bailey. And now 3rd and goal from the 14, and Louisiana will let the first quarter clock run out. So we'll take the break. At the end of 1, no score. You're listening to Cyclone Football from Learfield IMG College.
So Iowa State with a big 3rd down upcoming, trying to force Louisiana into a field goal after the Brees Hall fumble. Welcome back in J.J. Moses as we wrap things up with J.J. And J.J., I think the cool thing is talking to some of your 2000 classmates and what a special year that was, is how close you have all kept in touch. And the brotherhood mantra of a college football athlete is really true.
They always said, once a Cyclone, Brent, always a Cyclone, and that motto is so true. I still keep in contact with even Ben Bruns. I saw him when I went back home just a few months ago, and I also still keep in contact with Reggie Hayward. Reggie went on to play in the NFL for nearly over, I think, 10 seasons with the Denver Broncos, the Jacksonville Jaguars, and true story about Reggie was his birthday was a few months, maybe about a year ago. And, with him playing with the Jacksonville Jaguars, I thought I would do something real cool for Reggie. So I sent him over a Houston, Texas t-shirt just to see if Reggie would wear it. And guess what? He wore the t-shirt. So it just shows me again, once a Cyclone, always a Cyclone. I still keep in contact with one of my great friends, and he was actually in my wedding, and that's James Reed. James Reed went on to play many years in the NFL with the Kansas City Chiefs, and the New York Jets drafted him, 7th round draft choice. And so all those guys, man, it's been like brothers, and I'm just so thankful to be a part of this great program of Iowa State University.
Well, it's hard to believe it's been 20 years ago for that special team. It was personally my favorite team that I've watched as a Cyclone, and was a big fan of yours growing up, JJ, and continue to be a fan of you today. Appreciate the conversation. We hope to have you back if we do these things in the future.
You got to do it. You're doing a great job. Thanks again for having me a part of the show, and go Cyclones.
All right, JJ, take care and happy birthday.
Thank you so much.
Go have some cake.
I got my popcorn ready, you guys.
That's J.J. Moses, all Big 12 player for Iowa State in 2000. Is Iowa State and Louisiana, and we'll send J.J. on his way. Still tied at 0, but a big 3rd down upcoming for the Raging Cajuns. And again, turnovers an issue for Iowa State. This is a team that was 78th in the country last year in turnover margin. And if Iowa State really wants to make a statement, obviously ball control, big one, and forcing some turnovers on the defensive end, and a big 3rd down upcoming. So we'll send it to John and Eric. We'll be back soon with former Cyclone J.D. Wagner here later in the second quarter. But a 3rd down as we open up the second quarter.
On and more size. He actually looks to me like he's trimmed down a little bit, and it's just all muscle, and that's going to let him play a lot longer, a lot harder, and he's made some great plays already in this one.
Matt Campbell said that Jaquan came back from home after the layoff we had at the start of COVID. Came back in the best condition of his life.
Well, I think the thing I noticed too, and Ben alludes to it, I mean, he looks trimmer, all muscle, but quicker. And he was already pretty quick. So terrific work in the offseason by Jaquan Bailey. And hey, no one gets you closer to Big 12 sports than Sirius XM. Tune in to shows on Big 12 radio hosted by experts like Holly Rowe and Gabe Eichard, not to mention Dave Archer, a former Cyclone. Plus, get conference news, analysis, and more from off-season through postseason. We've got your team covered anywhere you go. And now you can try us out for free. Get a free trial to take your team with you on your phone, online, and at home. Start listening at SiriusXM.com, Big 12 SXM.
Scoreless first quarter, but Louisiana threatening. They face 3rd down and goal from the 14-yard line of Iowa State. Now, the 3-man front for Iowa State, you got Jaquan Bailey coming off the left edge. Off the right side, it's Will McDonald, and in the middle, Latrell Bankston. That could be a really effective 3-man front as this season goes on. Out of the shotgun, Lewis, and he will hand it off, and Elijah Mitchell running right just gets to the 10-yard line. So on 3rd and goal from the 14, they ran the football, and now they'll send the field goal unit out. Bailey and Rose made the stop for Iowa State. The field goal kicker for Louisiana is Nate Snyder. He's a graduate transfer from Indiana, and he will try a 27-yard field goal from the right hash. Wind not a big factor here today. Louisiana trying to strike first. There's the snap and hold. Kick on the way by Snyder, and he missed it. Nate Snyder misses from 27. And Iowa State takes over with the game still scoreless and 14-18 to go. Timeout on the field. You're listening to Cyclone Football from Learfield IMG College.
Clear. Iowa State and Louisiana still tied at 0, so a stop for the Cyclone defense. And speaking of stops, the guy did a few of those things when he was in an Iowa State uniform. Our good friend J.D. Wagner, a second-team All-Big 12 back in 2017. Hard to believe it's been 3 years, J.D., since you were in a Cyclone uniform. But how are things, and where are you talking to us from today?
So I'm at my apartment in Dallas, Texas. Yeah, it's definitely hard to believe it's been 3 years as well. But time has definitely moved a little bit slower since football has ended, especially during the pandemic and everything. I'm just glad we get to have some Cyclone football this season for sure.
No question. So now that you're a couple years out, how do you usually take in Iowa State games? Do you have a routine? Do you like to watch with people? Or are you a person just, nobody around me?
I definitely like to be around people, be around some Cyclone fans. Depending on the game, like I actually probably the Kansas State game and the Hawkeye game, probably rather be alone. Those games are just really intense rivalries, but it's what college football is all about. And I get together with some guys I grew up with and also some former players. And there's a lot of Cyclone fans in Dallas, as I've come to learn. So I see one everywhere. It's very hard not to find one.
I know you've been a little bit involved with that Cyclones DFW club, which is one of the better, alumni clubs, and they have game watches galore. Plus, they go to as many games as they can, and we've run into you a couple times. I think last year we saw you down there in Waco. It was really hot out, unfortunately, with the tent situation. And then saw a couple years ago down in Austin as well. So you probably try to get as many games as you can down there in the state of Texas.
I do. And in fact, this is the best year for me because there's games in Fort Worth and Austin. I don't know what the ticket situation is going to be. I think TCU and Texas are both about 25%. So maybe a little harder to do that this year than normal. But I'll definitely be in the area for sure and be as involved as I can. And I got a lot of friends who are down in Houston and also that like to fly down for those games. And it's just fun to be involved in that. Absolutely.
I know you've been trying to keep a track of the game going on. Scoreless through one quarter, which is a bit surprising considering the offensive firepower on both squads. What have you seen from Iowa State? And talk to us about that first game and how difficult that can be, because especially this year, you really have no idea what to expect.
Oh, well, it's definitely getting adjusted. You've been playing the same guys for spring ball and then fall camp and just getting those first game jitters out. Not worried at all. I figured this would be a close game to start out. And Lafayette's not a bad team. They went to the Sun Belt Conference Championship, I believe. I forgot what they did in their bowl game, but I think they finished at 10-3.
11-3, and they won their bowl game. So you're dead on.
Yeah. So they're definitely a good team, and from what I've seen so far, they're a physical team. They are trying to prove themselves, absolutely, and so should we. And we just need to get our rhythm going and maybe tackle a little bit better. But I like the effort. I like the adrenaline, the intensity. That's all there. It's that's what that coaching staff is all about. Very young staff, a vibrant staff, and I think we'll settle in a little bit. It's just the first game, first quarter, and plus there's no fans, so I'm not worried about it.
Well, stay with us. We're going to head back to the booth and John and Eric, and then we'll catch up here in a little bit.
Fantastic.
1 yard gain to the 21. So Chris Moncrief in on the tackle along with Joe Dillon. The linebackers, there's some good veteran linebackers on this Louisiana team.
Dillon missed the whole season a couple of years ago. Never knew if he'd play again. Played last year. Was second team all league. It was, despite not starting a game, had 8 sacks and one of their leading returning tacklers.
First team preseason All Sun Belt. First and 10 from second and 9 from the 21-yard line for Iowa State. Purdy out of the shotgun. 3 receivers right. Here comes some pressure. Brock delivers right and broken up and almost picked off. Down there was Trahan. That was Braylon Trahan who almost picked it off. There was a lot of company down there for the intended receiver on the play for Iowa State.
Safety broke on that one. and able to step in front. And Iowa State very fortunate that was not an interception.
Trying to go to Xavier Hutchinson again, who's been targeted but doesn't have a catch yet. And so now it'll be 3rd down and 9 for Iowa State. 3rd and 9 from their own 21. Operating right to left, Purdy in the shotgun. Chase Allen and 2 other receivers to the right side, 1 to the left. Shotgun snap to Purdy. He's in the pocket. He steps up and fires over the middle and is caught for a first down by Joe Skates. All right. It's Xavier Hutchinson, rather, with his first catch. Xavier Hutchinson over the middle made a nice catch.
Iowa State did a great job of protecting Purdy, but Brock also was getting some pressure from the outside. Calmly steps up into the pocket, sees Hutch downfield. Really good throw.
Yeah, all the way out to the 36-yard line, and boy, a nice throw. So 3rd and 9. Iowa State turns the tables and converts a 3rd and long, just like Louisiana's done on a couple of occasions. 1st and 10 Cyclones, now we'll call it the 37-yard line is where they operate from. 2 tight ends, both to the right side of the formation. Purdy in the shotgun. In motion goes Jared Roos. And the handoff goes to the Kene Nwangu, who tries the left side and gets to the 41-yard line. He picked up 4.
Yeah, just picked his way pretty nicely that time. Iowa State with some pretty good line serves that left side.
Guidry made the stop for Louisiana, but now the Cyclones 2nd and 6 as they try to be the first team to score.
Yeah, Sean Foster, the left tackle. Trevor Downing doing a nice job over there.
Purdy out of the shotgun. Cyclones 2nd down and 6 from their own 41-yard line. 12-17 to go in the second. No score. Kene Nwangu stays in the game at running back. He's offset to the left of Purdy, and they'll give it to him. Off the right side goes Kene. Broke a tackle, got to the 45-yard line. Nice running by Nwangu. He picked up 4. So a couple of 4-yard runs for Nwangu set up a 3rd down and 2.
Yeah, it was pretty well blocked, but I tell you, great job just keeping those legs moving by Kene Nwangu. Guy's been through a lot here. Injuries. But gets an opportunity here and has a couple of nice runs. Now, can you convert to 3rd and shorts?
We're about to find out. 3rd and 2 for Iowa State at its own 45-yard line. 2 receivers left. Purdy in the shotgun. Nwangu still in there at running back. In motion goes Chase Allen. Purdy will give it to Nwangu up the middle, fighting for that first down. I believe he's just shy. I don't think he got a great spot. It was very close.
I think he's got to be maybe less than a foot short, and
that brings up a decision.
Shy of midfield. See where they actually spot it. Oh man, that's
about 6 inches short, I'd say. I don't see Matt Campbell sending his punt unit out there right now.
I haven't seen it yet.
4th and inches for Iowa State. 4th and inches. We've got 10:50 to go in the second quarter. No score. Cyclones going for it in their own territory.
Iowa State lining up now this year on the short yardage situations with Purdy under center.
And Hall behind him, and it's a sneak by Purdy, and Ben Bruns is doing a victory dance. It's a Cyclone first down on the sneak. Down to Ben Bruns for the Farm Credit Services of America sideline report.
Guys, in the 3rd and short that Iowa State had on their first drive, they were under center as well.
Right.
And I just think it gives you that opportunity, and in so many other things too. And you get a bootleg action off of it, can be really effective. So glad to see that. And if you're getting a little bit of surge, you got an athlete like Purdy back there, you ought to be able to find a spot.
Yeah. Well, big 4th down conversion to say the least for Iowa State. They're 1st and 10 now at their own 48. Purdy from the shotgun, and he will run it right. Brock on the run, avoids one man, jukes to the outside, and he's taken out at the 46-yard line. He picked up 6 yards. Nice run by Brock Purdy. Gardner got him out of bounds.
Don't want him running a lot, but to keep him honest, that's really huge, as they've really been keying on that tailback spot. The Iowa Farm Bureau celebrating farmers and Iowans who summon the strength to do more, be more. Those who are farm strong.
2nd down and 4 from the 46-yard line of Louisiana. And Brees Hall is back in there at running back. It's Purdy from the shotgun, 2 receivers to the left side. Cyclones started this drive at their own 20. And now timeout called by Brock. 9:35 to go here in the second quarter, and no score.
Takes their first charge timeout of the half. Timeout on the field.
And we'll take the timeout with him. You're listening to Cyclone Football from Learfield, IMG College.
Clear. So Iowa State with a bit of a drive here, 2nd and 4 upcoming for Brock Purdy and the Cyclones. And JD, I know you're a little bit behind on your DVR, but Purdy just snuck it from under center. So Iowa State running some plays under center, which is for some people a sight for sore eyes.
I like the mix up. You know, it's not little creativity doesn't hurt anybody. You know, it's appreciate the call.
No, all good. So let's talk about, you were part of this culture that changed. And so you obviously came to Iowa State under a different coaching staff, and then Matt Campbell got here, and you witnessed it firsthand, and were part of that group that really changed everything about Iowa State. What do you remember that was the biggest factor for you guys to take it for where the program was to where it is today?
It was kind of just all the players kind of trying to we needed all to come together and figure out how we wanted to change and how we wanted to change the entire program, because it does start with the players first, as Coach Campbell always tells us, and he still does. He wants us to be a player-led program, not a coach-led program. So it actually worked out our senior year. We had a senior in every single room, and everyone was pretty much on board, and we were a tight-knit group. I think there may be 6 of us that had been there since 2013. We had a senior in every room except for the running back room, but we figured David Montgomery pretty much had that under control, and no one going to really tell him how to do anything. But we wanted to be just the team that helped change, and we had only won 11 games in our first 4 years, and we got tired of going 3-9 and wanted to do something different. So
fantastic. Well, we're just watching your highlights here on the other side of the screen, which you can't see right now, but you were so active in that Liberty Bowl. That had to be a fun memory. And then multiple Hong Kong Fooey kicks on the highlights, which we missed. We need to bring it back. I'm not going to make you do it. I know you're a little older now, JD. I don't know if you can pull that off, but
oh, hey, Brian, I'm still older, but I still got my helmet next to me, baby. I'm still ready to play. You know, I'm still locked and loaded. I just need to get Campbell on the phone and tell him to put me back in the game. But no, it's no, I'm still at the gym. I'm still active.
Okay.
You know,
you look good, man.
It. What?
Can you do the Hong Kong Fooey kick though?
Oh, you want to see it now?
Let's see it.
I'll give you a leg kick. Do one for you. I still got it. Still got it a little bit in me.
Yep.
All right. Is that wait?
I think this will work. Yeah.
The wrong way. All right, ready?
Ready? I'm ready.
Still got it in me.
Good athleticism. Keep going to the gym. I think look out to 2021 Tokyo Olympics with that athleticism. But you know that defensive line, and one thing I want to ask you about while we have a little bit of time here. I know you wore number 58 that season. This year, the honor is being donned by Ennio Wazirika. I know you played with Ennio when he was just a young guy. How cool was it to see him pick up that mantle of wearing number 58?
Oh, it's definitely a huge honor. I'm glad that Coach Sheed has definitely continued that tradition of doing the 58. I'm amazed at how much Ennio has grown up. I mean, he's gained like 40 pounds since the last time I played. I think he was 270 my senior year, and he's like 310 now or something. And just watching him play, and he didn't really know it all as a redshirt freshman, as I didn't either. And to see him develop into the guy that he is now and watch him play, definitely a guy that deserves to wear that 58 for Coach Bray.
Hold on with us. We're going to go back to John and Eric for the booth as Iowa State hopefully punches something in here on this drive.
Whatever. One kind of play, if you're going to be the guy, you got to make those catches.
So now it'll be 3rd down and 5 for Iowa State. They operate in Louisiana territory at the 46-yard line. Iowa State did not have a lot of drop passes a year ago. That was an area that really improved, I thought. Here's Purdy in the shotgun. 2 receivers left, 1 right. Brock looks to throw, has some time, delivers left on a slant. That's dropped by Sean. It would have been a 1st down. So back-to-back drops, and now Iowa State will have to punt it away, I think.
Yeah, I mean, you talk about mistakes in games early in the season, but those are 2 balls exactly where they need to be, both 1st downs. And I kind of hesitate to call either one of those guys veterans, but Sean Shaw had 15 catches, some touchdowns a year ago. It's still just a sophomore. Hutchinson, his first game as a Cyclone. But those are 2 of your guys that are starters you're counting on to have really big years. And got to make those plays.
Joe Rivera will again try to pin Louisiana deep. He hits the end of the ball, and Guerre fair catches it and makes that fair catch at about the 12-yard line. So another nice job by Joe Rivera, and Louisiana takes over at the 12. Here in Iowa, we grow corn, but the truth is corn grows Iowa. Corn is a multi-purpose crop which benefits the entire state. It feeds our livestock, nourishes our families, and provides clean-burning fuel for our planet. Thank you, Iowa's corn farmers. No score, 9:19 to go in the second. Time out on the field. You're listening to Cyclone Football from Learfield IMG College.
So Iowa State gets into Louisiana territory, but a couple of drops on second and third down thwart that drive, and JD got to catch the ball. I think that's item number one here for Iowa State's receivers, but still, early game, you never know what's going to happen. And when you played these non-conference games, those teams that this is where they get their chance to prove it, and Louisiana feels it is really good, and you can see that they brought the intensity today.
Oh, for sure. This is something that I figured this would be a close game to start out. Like I said, Lafayette's not a bad team at all. They're a very big and physical team. We just have to really just do the small things, catch the football, no penalties, just mentally sound game, and just stay together and adjust. You know, I mean, it's a long game, a lot of football. Got the whole second half, so I think they'll come out and Purdy will get in a rhythm. Him and the receivers, and they'll start making some big time plays.
Do you think the lack of fans could have an impact, and how much did you hear fans when you were playing? Obviously, I think you played to the crowd so well. Yeah, no, it's the crowd definitely makes a giant difference, especially in Jack Trice. That's the greatest atmosphere I've ever played in. And I played in Norman twice, and the last time we went down in 2017, I could hear my own breath for how quiet that stadium was. I mean, it was 100,000 people and not a single word except for that little corner. Pretty sure I heard my mom scream for 3 straight quarters, but she's not exactly a quiet person. Not like me. But, right. Very, very tempered, yes.
Yeah, I'm very quiet. But no, it is the greatest atmosphere I've ever gotten to play in. The game I always like to think of is that TCU game when I had never really played in a big-time game that late in the season. We had the Sky Cam, and it was the number 4 team. I was hoping we could have gotten a game day for that game, but still probably the most fun game I ever got to play. In the crowd stormed the field, just the most electric atmosphere I've ever had. And those fans definitely deserve all the, they deserve to cheer for a great team, as they've given us the best kind of support and fandom that I've ever had in my life.
Well, JD, you were a big part of reinvigorating this fan base, and that whole senior class of you guys really changed the dynamic for Iowa State football. And we hope we get to see you on the road down there in Texas. I know we go to Fort Worth in a couple of weeks. Maybe we'll see you down there, and be great to say hello.
I've already talked to Johnny Walt. I'll meet up with you guys somewhere, but I'm looking forward to it, and hopefully we can get in the game. But I know that the Cyclone faithful will definitely be around and be involved, and that's the best part about it, being around those fans that love this team so much, and they're so excited to actually have a team that has some kind of success and wins. And all credit to Coach Campbell and that staff, and those guys for buying into the process and making this possible.
All right, JD, let's get a couple stops and a couple touchdowns in the second quarter, and we'll talk to you soon.
I'm all for it. Thanks, Brett.
Thanks, JD. Back to John and Eric.
For a couple of years, redshirt sophomore.
Good job by Vaughn at no gain. And so now 2nd and 10 for Louisiana. Man, Iowa State has been winning first down, but has had a hard time capitalizing. Split backs, handoff Smith, left side run, nowhere to go, brought down after a 2-yard gain. Well defended by Iowa State off that right side. It was Jake Hummel along with Anthony Johnson on the stop.
Yeah, doing a really good job. Now, once again, here you are. Defense has them behind the chains. Granted, you got a quarterback who can make plays with his feet. We haven't seen him really run much yet. He always wants to throw it, but he's quick and hard to bring down. He buys extra time. Iowa State, can they get the pressure? Can Will McDonald get there again?
Cyclone show blitz Third down and 8 for Louisiana from the 14-yard line. No score here in the second quarter. 8:08 to go. Lewis with pressure coming. He throws it up there left side, and it is incomplete. Jaquan Bailey hurdled a blocker and then got pressure on Lewis and gets the quarterback hurry. Jaquan Bailey making plays.
Well, that time it was a running back trying to chip him. He just leaped right over top of Chris Smith. And tell you what, Jaquan looking pretty good today and really having a great impact, but good coverage downfield as well.
3 and out for Louisiana, and their punter, Reese Burns, standing at the goal line. Rugby-style punt. 2 safeties back for Iowa State. Milton takes it at his own 49 and is tripped up immediately, got to midfield. And that's where Iowa State will start with good field position in a scoreless game. They'll start at the 49 of Louisiana. Cyclone Football is brought to you by Farm Credit Services of America. We work with the future of agriculture and those who want to be a part of it. Farm Credit Services of America. Agriculture works here.
Let's see who lines up in the backfield for Iowa State.
Excellent field position for the Cyclones. It's going to be Brees Hall as the running back. And let's see if the Cyclones can be the first to score in this scoreless ball game here at Mid-American Energy Field at Jack Trice Stadium. 7:52 to go in the first. Cyclones operating from right to left. Hall goes in motion, so Purdy all alone in the backfield. Here in this second quarter, Purdy, quick throw left, caught by Hall, got a block and forward to the 46-yard line, a gain of 3. Landry tripped him up.
Yeah, he just lined up outside the wide receiver after he had shifted in motion. And the quick toss, the block by Hutchison out there.
So 2nd and 7 coming up for Iowa State. They're at the 46-yard line of the Ragin' Cajuns. Purdy in a pistol formation here with Brees Hall. And he will fake the handoff, dump it off, and incomplete, trying to go to Dylan Sainer down the seam, but it was very well defended. Cam Podesclo was over there for Louisiana and had some help from Cameron Solomon. So now it'll be 3rd down and 7 for Iowa State. They're at the 46 of Louisiana.
Yes, Louisiana defense very experienced, and tell you what, that was a terrific coverage and kind of a risky throw that time. But, you know, when you got the big guy, the big tight end, so tempting to throw it up and see if he can go make a play.
Iowa State without its All-American tight end, Charlie Kohler, today. 3rd down and 7, Iowa State. They're at the 46-yard line of Louisiana. Purdy in the shotgun. Hands it off. Hall, right side run in a good hole. 1st down and more. Brees Hall inside the 30. And finally dragged down at the 27-yard line of Louisiana. A 19-yard run for Hall.
Well, 3rd and 7. I think they're thinking pass, but really well blocked off that right side. Joey Ramos leading the way.
Cyclones go quickly from the 27-yard line of Louisiana. At least they set up quickly. Purdy in the shotgun. 3 receivers right. Brock takes the snap, hands it off to Hall. Left side run. Stumbled for a moment, kept his footing, but didn't gain anything. No, in fact, maybe a half-yard loss on the play. That touchdown, first down a moment ago. Another Cyclone first down for Farmers, brought to you by our friends at Pivot Bio. And another $25 donated to the Iowa State College of Agriculture.
That was a really nice job defensively by that defensive front. Talon Humphrey just kind of jamming that play up and really not allowing Brees Hall any room, and then a lot of Cajuns there to clean up.
2nd down and 11 for Iowa State. They're at the 28-yard line of Louisiana. No score. 6:10 to go, second quarter. Purdy in the shotgun. And he will give it to Hall up the middle, kind of feeling his way, finds a little bit of daylight, and gets to the 23-yard line. So Hall picks up 4. McCaskill made the stop for Louisiana.
Well, another big 3rd down situation here.
3rd down and 6.
Brees Hall now over 50 yards rushing. 9 carries, 57 yards.
Big 3rd down here. 3rd down and 6 for the Cyclones. They're at the 23-yard line of Louisiana. 2 receivers right. And Purdy drops to throw. Blitz coming. He dumps it out right flat. Caught by Milton. He makes a man miss. It's speeds down the sideline, and he's run out of bounds at the 12-yard line is where they'll put it. It is a gain of 11 on the throw to Milton.
Well, they had split backs that time, and Tariq Milton was one of the backs that lined up. He just flares out of the backfield.
And the Cyclones now at the 11-yard line is where the market handoff to Hall. Up the middle he goes. Brees Hall breaking tackles. Fights for the goal line. He lost the football at the end of the play, but they're going to mark him down at the 1-yard line. I think they say the ground caused the fumble.
Well, Chase Allen recovered and went into the end zone, so
I believe he was down.
Yes.
Marked down, though, on the initial impact. But by the way, the Cyclones are in the Case IH red zone. The best teams are led by people in the field. Case IH equipment is built by farmers who use it every day. Learn more at caseih.com/cyclones.
The ruling on the field is the runner was down by rule prior to the ball coming loose. In the immediate continuing action, the offense recovered the ball.
In other words, even if it's reviewed and determined it was a fumble, Iowa State has it. But it would be
except Chase Allen took it into the end zone.
So it's first and goal because that was a first down on that run by Hull. So it's first and goal just inches away from the goal line. Purdy under center. The running back Nwangu. And Brock under center here on first and goal from the 1. He'll give it to Kene Nwangu, right side. Touchdown, the first of his career. Kene Nwangu. And the Cyclones are on the board.
Well, first team to score, but a good drive. A couple of really nice third down conversions these last couple of drives. But I'll tell you, Brees Hall has got to hang on to that football. But, man, he's shown the kind of ability that he has to really run the ball. 10 carries, 67 yards. And Kene, congratulations, Kene. That first touchdown.
First rushing touchdown. First rushing. You did have that kickoff return against West Virginia way back as a freshman. And now as a senior, gets his first rushing touchdown. The Cyclones are on the board first, and Connor Asali to try the point after. Blake Clark holding. Kick on the way. And it is good, and the Cyclones lead at 7-0. That touchdown is brought to you by Producers Livestock. Good for another $200 donated to the Iowa FFA. Producers Livestock is proud to support Iowa Future Farmers of America and Iowa State football. We need to pause 10 seconds to allow our stations to identify themselves. This is the Cyclone Network from Learfield, IMG College.
Clear. How about that? Kene Nwangu, his first career rushing touchdown. And Iowa State on top over Louisiana 7-0. A little bit of a struggle early on for Iowa State, moving the ball okay, but some mistakes, some drops. And Kene Nwangu, here's a young guy who joined Iowa State along with David Montgomery. They were supposed to be the one was the speed guy, one was the power guy. Now David now in his second year in the NFL. And Kene Nwangu as a senior, they're from Frisco, Texas, punches in the touchdown, and Iowa State leads 7-0. Iowa State moving the ball. I mean, all things considered, 140 total yards, moving the ball well on the ground with 86 rushing yards. Brock Purdy, efficient enough. He hasn't been helped a whole lot. A couple drops by Hutchison, Sainer, as well as Sean Shaw. But 6 of 12 for 54 yards for Purdy in the first half. And can't say enough about his career at Iowa State and the season he had a year ago. Brock Purdy threw for almost 4,000 yards last year, 18 school records, 27 touchdowns, not to mention he ran for 300 yards just for added measure, and 6 games with 300 or more passing yards. And the wild thing is Brock's a junior only, came as a true freshman, and because of some regulations that the NCAA put in place because of COVID, Brock technically has 3 years remaining in an Iowa State uniform. This year, 2021, and 2022. That said, Brock has aspirations for the NFL. We hope, for his sake, that he ends up in that league. But it's amazing the type of numbers that number 15 has put up. And I think we're in for another decorated, what was now a junior season for Brock. And you see some of the highlights with some of the weapons he has. And you add that in with what it looks like to me, at least, through the first quarter and a half, an offensive line has been able to move some people around. I think that's the one knock on last year's offensive line is they couldn't really get those big, important 3rd and 1, 4th and 1. You've seen a couple things already where Iowa State's snuck the ball in 4th and 1. They went under center on a 3rd and short, picked up both of those. And now you just need Brees Hall to hang on to the football a little bit. But all things considered, a 7-0 lead on Louisiana, 4.5 to play in the second quarter. And the Iowa State defense up to the task. Only 64 total yards for Louisiana, this was a Raging Cajun team, came in the top 10 last year in total offense with a quarterback back, 2 running backs back. So credit that Iowa State defense, especially that defensive line. Good to see Latrell Bankston, Josh Bailey, Jaquan Bailey's been all over the place. So good things out of that Iowa State defense. Hopefully this is the little momentum Iowa State needs to get some separation between them and the Raging Cajuns. 7-0 Iowa State, 4.5 to play in the second quarter, and we'll head back to Jack Trice Stadium and John and Eric.
Last year, a Warrior, well blocked up front, but Breece Hall cuts that all the way back to the backside B gap, and that does not happen very often. That is the mark of a really talented player.
Eddie Ogamba to kick it off for Iowa State. Cyclones up 7-0. Chris Smith will be looking into the sun, and he'll take it from the 5-yard line, bobbles it momentarily, now angles back to the middle of the field. He's across the 20, has some daylight. Chris Smith with great speed. He got past Ogamba. He might take it the distance. He's at the 40, the 30, the 20, the 10. Touchdown, Louisiana. Chris Smith on a 95-yard kickoff return for the touchdown.
Well, we talk about mistakes, John, and that is in the realm of the big mistake. You've made some little mistakes. That's a really big one right there. You don't get him wrapped up. It was pretty well blocked, but Smith with outstanding speed. Once he breaks through, Iowa State wasn't going to catch him. And boy, all that hard work, and now you're back to square one.
Assuming they make the PAT,
right.
You're right. Louisiana late getting a man out there for this PAT attempt, but they still have plenty of time, and the try will be by Nate Snyder. A 95-yard kickoff return for a touchdown by Chris Smith, the speedster for Louisiana. Snyder missed a 27-yard field goal earlier. He hits the extra point. It's 7-7 with 4:14 to go in the opening half. And a timeout on the field. You're listening to Cyclone Football from Learfield, IMG College. Kene Nwangu as they try to return a kickoff. And this will be the first kickoff of the day for Louisiana. It will be Nate Snyder, who is their place kicker as well. He will handle the kickoffs. They had a guy still on their roster by the name of Almendaris who did it a year ago and had a lot of touchbacks, but Snyder has won the job. And so now he will kick it off. Slight breeze behind the backs of the Cyclones, and a low line drive kick, sidewinding, scooped up at the 10-yard line by Kene Nwangu, and across the middle of the field he goes, across the 25 to the 30, and brought down at the 31-yard line, but a good return by Kene. So the Cyclones take over, and now, Eric, with 4:07 to go in the half, you would love to piece together a drive.
Just a nice drive. We got an injured Cajun player down on the field.
On the field for injury.
Hey, it's time for your Brew Pub Pick'em. This week's matchup is sausage versus pepperoni. I'm going with sausage, Coach.
I got pepperoni.
Okay. Well,
and the points.
We want to know what your pick is. Head to the Iowa State Athletics Twitter page to make your vote for a chance to win a pizza prize package courtesy of Brew Pub Pizza.
I like them both.
I do too. Yeah.
Well, let's go down to Ben Bruns for clarification with the Farm Credit Services of America Sideline Report. Brunsy?
Guys, as you know, my heritage is German, and I'm just trying to tease this out a little bit. Isn't pepperoni actually sausage?
I suppose
it's sliced thinly,
right? I suppose so.
Okay.
But if you go to Brew Pub or probably any other pizza place and you say, I want sausage, you're not getting pepperoni, Coach.
Hey, let's not split hairs. The injury for Louisiana is number 13. Not sure if it's Dalen Cambry or I think it might be Cambry.
No, I think it's Patrick Mensah.
Okay.
A safety who's in on kick.
Oh, you're right. Okay.
Kick coverage.
All right, so the Cyclones will start at the 31-yard line, and they are helping Mensah off the field slowly, gingerly. And the Cyclones will send out Breece Hall and Brock Purdy in their offense. Iowa State operating from right to left in a 7-7 game with 4:07 to go in the opening quarter. We anticipated that this would be one of the more competitive games of the day in college football, and it has been exactly that. Brock in a pistol formation has Breece Hall lined up behind him. Fake handoff. Purdy throws over the middle, caught by Chase Allen. First down, Iowa State to the 46-yard line, a gain of 15. On the stop was Trahan, but a nice play, Purdy to Allen.
Yeah, really good release by Chase Allen. And once again, the beauty of having that 6'6", 6'7" tight end, especially a guy like Allen and Kohler. Those guys are so athletic, so flexible, able to really make a lot of plays with a wide, certainly a much bigger catch radius than a lot of tight ends.
First and 10 from the 46. Handoff left side, Hall, good hole, and he's across the 50 and fights his way forward to the 48-yard line of Louisiana. So that is a 6-yard run for Breece Hall on first down. McCaskill making the stop along with Quibido, the linebacker. And so the ball in Louisiana territory now at the 48-yard line.
Yeah, 3:10 to play here.
And Bruns letting us know that Trevor Downing had a big-time block on that run. Second down and 4 here from the 48. Out of the shotgun, Purdy, play action. He rolls to his right, got a block from Breece Hall. Now in trouble, he just flips it away as pressure was coming. He was about to get hit by Farad Gardner, and he threw it away, and it'll be second down and 4 coming up for Iowa State, or third down and 4, rather.
Yeah, good job by Breece Hall as they had somebody getting right into the face of Brock Purdy. He cut him down, but they gave Brock a little extra time. Brock wanted to go deep that time, but it was well covered. They were looking to Sean Shaw.
And he's checking out now, and Xavier Hutchinson and Landon Akers in. Iowa State also has Tariq Milton in the game. He lines up the backfield with Breece Hall, split backs. It is a third down and 4 from the 48-yard line of Louisiana. 2:56 to go in the second quarter. 7-7 game. Purdy throws it, incomplete. And there was a flag. Xavier Hutchinson was tackled downfield by Percy Butler. So Hutchinson was interfered with pretty obviously. And the penalty will go against Louisiana and give Iowa State a first down.
Yeah, should set Iowa State up at the 33-yard line. The penalty occurring a little farther than 15 yards downfield at the 30.
So the Cyclones in Louisiana territory and threatening here.
Pass interference, number 9, defense, 15-yard penalty, automatic first down.
That was the voice of Tutu Salam, the referee today. Haven't seen him before. And
not as a referee. He's been
okay. It is a first down for Iowa State at the 33-yard line of Louisiana. 2:50 to go in the second. Cyclones trying to break a 7-7 tie. Kane Nwangu in the game at running back. And Brock Purdy, one hands the snap, hands it off to Nwangu. Not much running room off the right side. He got a yard, and that was it.
Hey, team up with General Mills and gear up at wearetailgatenation.com.
So 2nd and 9 coming up for the Cyclones. Slow to get up is Trevor Downing. In fact, not getting up. He started to try and then went back to the ground. And that's not good news for Iowa State.
Yeah, the guy, preseason second team all Big 12 by Phil Steele.
Let's go down to Ben Bruns for the Farm Credit Services of America Sideline Report. Ben, did you see what happened to Trevor on that play at all?
I didn't see it, guys. And
okay.
Man, that's a huge deal. He's been playing great.
Take a look at a television monitor and see if we can see. Maybe he started to try to get up.
Yeah.
Thought better of it.
You would have to say that he's probably Iowa State's most highly regarded offensive lineman coming into this season.
Sitting up now and now getting up on his own, although hobbling a little bit, and he will come off here. The good news is we're only 2:29 to the half, so he'll have halftime as well, but he's hobbling off under his own power, but not very quickly.
No, but certainly a good sign, what we've seen so far. So
tough kid, Trevor Downing out of Creston.
So we'll are we going to see Jared Hufford? I think he would be the guy to redshirt freshman from Newark, Ohio. Went to Licking Valley High School, one of my old nemesis.
It is number 62. That's Noah Jorgensen, I believe. And he will come in there at left guard.
He's from Sheridan, went to Greene County High School, 6'4", 309 senior.
2nd down and 9 for Iowa State. They're at the 32-yard line of Louisiana. Purdy in the shotgun. And Brock drops and has some time. A flag down, though. A deep throw down the middle of the field. Incomplete, trying to go to Dylan Sainer. We have holding on Iowa State here, we believe.
It's going to be on that. It may be on Jorgensen or perhaps Sean Foster. Let's see.
Holding, number 62, offense, 10-yard penalty, 2nd down.
And that is the aforementioned, just in the first play of the game. And you knew they were going to come right at him. As Noah Jorgensen with the penalty. Now Iowa State behind to change. 2:07 to play in the first half. Iowa State will receive the second half kickoff.
2nd down and 19 coming up from the 42-yard line of Louisiana. 2:07 to go in this second quarter. Purdy in the shotgun. There's the snap. He looks left. He fires that way. Caught by Shaw. Needs to make a man miss. Does. Across the 30 and run out of bounds at the 28-yard line. Nice work after the catch by Sean Shaw. They'll mark it at the 27. So that's a gain of 15.
Yeah. Sean Shaw, 6'6", 212-pounder. You know, that tall target. He does a nice job with a little limp leg that time out on the corner and beats his man.
Yeah, that was...
and sets up a makeable 3rd down.
A good move by Shaw. So now 3rd down and 4 for Iowa State at the 27-yard line of Louisiana. Purdy in the shotgun, 1:43 to go in the half. Cyclones and Ragin' Cajuns tied at 7. Out of the shotgun, Purdy. One hands the snap. There's the throw. Right side, wide open man, Allen. Inside the 20 to the 11-yard line goes Chase Allen as he picks up 16, his second catch of the drive.
Sean Shaw came in motion that time, and he lines up in the backfield. He goes downfield, and he and Chase Allen split. The defense had 2 guys go with Sean Shaw, left Chase Allen wide open.
In the Case IH red zone, a handoff to Breece Hall, right side run, and a Cyclone touchdown for Breece Hall. 11 yards off the right side, very well blocked, and Breece Hall takes it in for the Cyclone touchdown.
Yeah, terrific seal block on the outside, and Brees knew what to do with it. Took it to the end zone, but tell you what, how about overcoming a 3rd and 19 or 2nd and 19? Big time job by Brock Purdy, and some really, I think, creative and outstanding play calling. Some things we haven't seen before. That first down conversion to Chase Allen, something we really haven't seen.
And Noah Jurgensen gets a few pats on the helmet, too, as he comes off the field. And now Connor Asali to try the point after out of the Blake Clark hold. Kick on the way, and it is good. It's 14-7, Iowa State, with 1:17 to go in this first half. A 69-yard drive for the Cyclones.
Yeah, 7 plays. Iowa State has outgained Louisiana 204-64.
2 rushing touchdowns now for the Cyclones. That one from Brees Hall. And that touchdown is brought to you by Producers Livestock. Good for another $200 donated to the Iowa FFA. Producers Livestock is proud to support Iowa Future Farmers of America and Iowa State football. I'm going to admit, I thought the players reacted almost as if there was a penalty on that play. Brees Hall was running it right, and it just was such a casual run. It was like
it was so well blocked.
It was so well blocked that it almost looked like guys had stopped playing. It was just impressive. He never got touched. Took it 11 yards for the Cyclone touchdown. Now Eddie Ogamba will kick it off for the Cyclones.
How about a tackle on this play?
Yes. The only Louisiana score has come on a 95-yard kickoff return by Chris Smith. And Smith is back there again. And Trevor Downing is leaving the field.
Eddie Ogamba, I think the only player for Iowa State with white shoes.
Eddie White Shoes Ogamba to kick it off. A low line drive towards Smith again, though. And he takes it at the 5 again, and he's on the right side of the field, 10, 15, 20, 25, and he's spun down by Gary Vaughn at the 27-yard line. 147-6 the second quarter yards. Of course, that 95-yard kickoff return changes things. But Louisiana
but the
starts at the 27.
Defense has played terrific here in this first half.
Boy, has Jaquan Bailey been a force in this football game.
But, it's a whole host of guys have done their part. And Iowa State has played at least 2 at every position so far, rotated in this game. 3, I know, in some spots in that D-line.
All right, it is a 1st and 10 for Louisiana at the 28-yard line, and Lewis wants to throw, and his pass is incomplete. He was going to Johnny Lumpkin. He bobbled it, and then Anthony Johnson, who was in the vicinity of getting his first career interception, just didn't see the ball coming.
Yeah, Lumpkin, the tight end, he missed a year ago, too. He's a big guy, 6'6", 260 pounds. Didn't have big numbers a couple of years ago.
1:05 to play in the half. We'll see if Louisiana goes to the air here. 1:05 left, 14-7, Iowa State in front. From the shotgun, Lewis, he will look to throw it. And he delivers, and it is complete in a crowd. The catch made by Devin Pauly for a Louisiana first down to the 44-yard line, a 16-yard gain.
I'll tell you what, that was thrown on the money. Iowa State had good coverage back there.
They really did. Lawrence White was right there.
No pressure, really.
Well, it looked like Will McDonald might have been getting held, coming off that right edge.
Well, I guess they called one against Iowa State the last. Maybe somebody's eager to throw one here. But Bankston trying to get pressure along with McDonald and Bailey.
59 seconds. Lewis dumps it off across the middle, and on the crossing pattern, LeBlanc couldn't hang on to it. It was thrown behind him. It'll be 2nd and 10. The clock shows 54 seconds.
Lewis, 6 out of 12 for 38 yards.
Boy, he put up some great numbers a year ago.
I mean, terrific. They're big rivals, Appalachian State. They haven't been able to beat them, played them in the conference championship game. He had almost 350 yards in that championship game a year ago.
14-7 Cyclone, 2nd down and 10 Louisiana. Lewis looks to throw it again. He delivers over the middle. It is caught for a first down, and a nice catch made on the play. Jake Hummel made the stop, but not before a good gain on that throw and catch. It was Kyron Lacey, the freshman receiver, to the 42-yard line of Iowa State. And now Lewis quickly goes and dumps it off over the middle. And it's caught by Elijah Mitchell. He's brought down immediately, and that keeps the clock running with 35 seconds. But now
See if they take their first timeout.
Louisiana does take a timeout.
Timeout of the half. 30 seconds in length.
And see what John Haycock elects to do here. Iowa State has been strictly three-man rush in this situation, and they really have not gotten close to Levi Lewis yet.
The ball is at the 37-yard line of Iowa State. There are 35 seconds remaining in this second quarter. A 14-7 Iowa State lead. Louisiana will have second down and 5 from the Iowa State 37. And they still have 2 timeouts remaining. So does Iowa State. Neither team scored until Kane Nwangu took it in midway through this second quarter, a 1-yard touchdown run. And then immediately after that, Chris Smith, a 95-yard kickoff return. The Cyclones answered right back with a 69-yard drive, and Breece Hall scoring on an 11-yard touchdown run. 14-7, Cyclones lead.
Mitchell, the running back.
Second down and 5 for the Raging Cajuns at the 37-yard line of Iowa State. And Lewis drops, and he looks. He delivers left. It's caught, little tunnel screen, and it's caught over there, and enough for the first down to the 25-yard line as they went to Jalen Williams. Tavon Kyle made the stop. But a first down at the 25 of Iowa State.
Yeah, by far the best drive, really about the only sustained drive for the Cajuns this first half.
12-yard gain, and now the clock starts again. We're down to 20 seconds. Shotgun snap to Lewis. He looks. He takes off and runs with it, and he's across the 20 and slides down with some contact at the 18-yard line. 13 seconds to go. They'll call a timeout.
Well, they got time for a couple more plays.
30 seconds in length.
So that'll be the second charge timeout to Louisiana. So 13 seconds to play in the half. Louisiana will face a second down and 3 at the 18-yard line of Iowa State.
I mean, if they pick up this first down on a second down spot, they can clock it, and that would give them a chance to run another play and still have time to call a timeout if that play was unsuccessful for a field goal. So a lot hinges on this play right here. If it's incomplete or something short of the first down, they may have to opt for the field goal.
Iowa State mixing up what it does with that defensive line. They had that 3-man front with Bailey and McDonald, but they didn't send them. They dropped them back into covers that time. But a well-designed play set up that little tunnel screen to Jalen Smith, then the run by Lewis. And now second down and 3 from the 18-yard line for Louisiana. And they'll have 2 receivers to each side of the formation. 3-man front for Iowa State. Second down and 3 from the 18-yard line. 13 seconds to go in the half. Lewis awaits the shotgun snap. And he'll hand it off. Elijah Mitchell off the left side. Pretty good hole. Spins away from a tackler, and he's brought down at the 6-yard line. Good touchdown-saving tackle made by Will McDonald. 6 seconds to go. Louisiana's trying to line up and spike it, but that clock's going to start here. And we're at 6 seconds. It goes down to 4. They're going to have to kick the field goal now, aren't they? You would think. Well, the Cyclones picked up the ball after they dropped it. Are they going to rule this a fumble? No, I don't think so. All right, the Cyclones are running it back the other way. Jaquan Bailey thinking, hey, I might get a touchdown out of this deal. Now a flag out. I don't know that everybody was set before Lewis tried to spike that ball. Jaquan's going to go ahead and take it to the end zone just for fun and just in case.
Yeah, it was like he almost bobbled the snap and then just dropped it rather than spiking it.
There is a flag down. We'll see what they sort out. They're showing 3 seconds on the clock.
No.
And you would think there's not enough time for another play. They'd probably run the field goal.
I swear, I don't think he got the ball in his hands, but it just kind of dropped down immediately. And then he picked it up, and then he just dropped it again. I don't know that he ever threw the ball.
It looked like he downed it, which means that the clock runs out.
Here's our referee.
Illegal forward pass. Number 1, offense. The player muffed the snap and then grounded the ball illegally. The penalty is 5 yards plus loss of down. It's third down. Louisiana has elected to take their third charge timeout of the half to avoid the 10-second runoff.
Well, good job by this crew sorting all that out.
I'll tell you what, but I almost disagree because I think if you look at that, and I don't know if this is reviewable or not, it said...
Correction, second down.
to see.
They interpreted it as a
muffed snap,
right?
And then he grounded the ball,
right? So
okay, but it looked like he just dropped the ball. He didn't ground it.
Well, regardless, they're going to try a field goal.
This angle, I guess he did throw it.
So now we'll have a field goal try from Snyder. Now he has missed from 27. This one's from 30. He missed from the right hash. This one closer to the left hash.
Levi Lewis really put together a nice drive there.
On the field that the quarterback muffed the snap is under further review.
Okay, they're going to review that, Eric, and touch on what you just commented on. That whether or not the original snap was muffed.
Our first review of the game.
We were just sailing along towards halftime until we've hit the brakes here in the last.
That and all the scoring.
Yeah, that has something to do with it as well. The ball is placed at the 13-yard line. If it ends up being held up on the call, it'll be a 30-yard field goal attempt by Nate Snyder. Now Iowa State leads at 14-7. There's 3 seconds to go in the half. And Iowa State will get the football to start the second half. But the competitive game we expected has appeared before our eyes, mostly because of that long kickoff return.
Right.
Otherwise,
Iowa State has been the better team, at the line of scrimmage, and I think that bodes well going forward. But the mistake, the big kickoff return, puts this game in jeopardy for sure. But a really good drive after really not moving the football. 64 yards of total offense going into this last drive, and now they've got 66 in this last drive alone. So,
some good throws by Lewis and a run.
Some good plays. In Iowa State, kind of playing a little soft. Didn't bring pressure until later in that, and Lewis kind of found his footing a little bit. They did a nice job of keeping 3 really good pass rushers.
On the field of an illegal forward pass is confirmed. Second down, Louisiana.
So now after all that, they will kick the field goal from 30 yards with Nate Snyder, the graduate transfer from Indiana, where he grew up. Instead, he finds himself in Louisiana for his senior year. And he will kick it from just inside the left hash, a 30-yard attempt. Cyclones up 7, 3 seconds to go in the half. Snap is good, hold is good, kick on the way by Snyder, and he's got it. It's a 14-10 game as we come to halftime. So Nate Snyder connects from 30, and Iowa State leads Louisiana 14-10 as we go to the half.
That scoring drive, 9 plays, 61 yards, only a minute 10. So Iowa State scored a little too early.
Momentarily, we will go down to Ben Bruns for our halftime interview with Coach Matt Campbell, brought to you by Authority Edge Herbicide from FMC. TV is getting the first crack at Coach, and then Ben will do a socially distanced interview with Matt. Yeah, we'll wait for the ESPN crew to have their shot with Matt Campbell.
Well, this may turn into a high-scoring affair, but what a lot of people thought might be the case, but so far, not so much.
14-10, Cyclones lead it at the half. And our Authority Edge Herbicide from FMC interview with Ben Bruns and Matt Campbell coming up momentarily. Ben's close enough, we could just listen in to both interviews. Here you go, Ben.
Coach, it's good to be back.
Yeah, good to be back, and proud of these guys. They're playing really hard right now.
You think about what you were trying to accomplish coming into the season, dominating the line of scrimmage coming into this game, has to feel good at this moment.
Well, they've got a great front on both sides of the ball, so our kids have held their own so far. We just got to keep playing really hard.
Coach, good luck in the second half.
Thanks so much. Good to see you, Ben.
Coach Campbell interview brought to you by Authority Edge Herbicide from FMC. The first name and last word in weed control is Authority Edge Herbicide. 2 modes of action deliver up to 14 more days of residual control of small-seeded broadleaf weeds and grasses in your soybean fields. Always read and follow all label directions and precautions for use. Learn more at ag.fmc.com. We're at halftime. It's 14-10 Iowa State. And Dave Sproul will be along with the Hogemeyer halftime report.
Well, welcome back to Cyclone Nation Central. 14-10 Iowa State leads at halftime. A kind of a wild series of events there to end the second quarter. I think we all learned what a actual grounding penalty was, but that was wild. We're joined by Director of Athletics for Iowa State, Jamie Pollard. And Jamie, your impressions on that first half? It was kind of like 2020, a little up and down and all over the place.
Well, it was therapy just to see the game actually being played. A lot of skepticism, even on my part months ago, whether we'd even get to this spot. So that in itself kind of overrides it. But I didn't know what to expect from football side of things. And there were some good things we saw, and I think you also saw the rust, just because it's been a different off season and certainly been a different August.
So let's speak about that offseason and the phenomenal job you have done, your staff has done, and particularly Mark Coberly and his staff have done on the COVID end to even get us to this point. And in the last 2 weeks in particular have been unbelievable, the amount of tests that have been done with the lack of positives. Just speak to that whole process and what that has meant for your entire staff.
Well, it goes back to, I think, when we started this journey in March, we had 5 principles, and one of the principles was structure, discipline, and accountability, and being able to put in place systems that would create that type of an environment. And you mentioned Mark Coberly. I mean, Mark is an unsung hero in this whole process because he's the mastermind behind our testing protocols and how we've been able to show and demonstrate to the student athletes and the coaches, what you need to do if we want to get to this spot. And then the coaches and the student athletes had to execute it. And, initially, we never really got way off the rails, but initially, they learned the hard way that, even though what your actions are, your actions can cause somebody that was doing everything right to also have to sit out because of contact tracing. So I'm really proud of where we've come. And, the last couple of weeks have been stellar because we've had almost no positivity, and that allowed us to get to this spot.
And then on that same end, how you and Matt have been in lockstep over this whole process, and how important is that line of communication so everybody's on the same page?
Well, when there's adverse times, communication is just absolutely critical. And, we're blessed at Iowa State to have Matt Campbell as our head coach because he's about as level-headed, even-keeled, very methodical, and, doesn't get overly emotional about things. And, he's been able to navigate this in a way that I think will be rewarded throughout this season because I think we'll be able to keep more of our young men healthy and able to play. And a lot of that will be because of the structure and leadership Coach Campbell and his staff are putting into this.
So now the big $1 million question, the whole fan issue. First of all, how surreal was it for you this morning with, coming to the Jack Trice Stadium, Mid-American Energy Field, and, very few cars in the parking lots and just an entirely different atmosphere, and then leading up to game time as well and during the game, how strange it has been?
It is strange. Pulling into the parking lot was, you think what it's going to be like, but then you walk in and it just is like, okay, and then I remember looking at the clock and going, we're under 50 minutes, and we're going to be kicking this off. But, once the ball was kicked up in the air and the game's going, it's football, right? Yeah. And those same anxieties of, how we're going to play and what are we doing all started to come back, and those are normalcies. Clearly, the stands not being full isn't normal, but, the band has been phenomenal here in the first half. The band and the Spirit Squad, they've given the stadium energy, given it atmosphere, and given it color. And so I really want to commend those students because, they're athletes in their own world of being a part of the band and being part of the Spirit Squad. And their participation today and their performance is a big part of Cyclone football.
Yeah, I think that's been awesome to see on television as well. And then for those people wondering, there does seem to be people scattered throughout the stadium. Who are those people exactly? I know the players, as they well should, got to invite some family members today.
Right. So the people that are in the stadium, besides the band and cheerleaders and, the game workers, every player has access to complimentary tickets because through the NCAA's rules. We also have tickets for the players for Louisiana. And then we decided that all athletic department staff and their families should be able to come as well because, this has been a team effort and just felt that we're in this as a family and we wanted to have everybody in here together.
And now what is the process? I think we have, my master right, 3 weeks until the Oklahoma game to deciding, when will that decision be made, fans or no fans, and how does that process work? I assume there's some thresholds involved and obviously conversations with President Winterstein and Iowa State leadership.
Well, Dr. Winterstein is here and sitting with me during the game. And, we've had those discussions prior to today. We've talked about it today. The three things that are really the factors as we move forward in the next weeks to decide will be, number one, where will the attendance be based on fans continuing to opt out? And, we know where that number is today, which is different than it was 2 weeks ago, which was different than it was 4 weeks ago. So that's one factor. The second factor will be, what's the positivity rate for COVID in this community and on this campus? And, 2 weeks ago, it was, high, it was 28%. But even 2 weeks ago, we knew that was as a result of what happened in the 4 weeks ago, right? And so, today as we sit, the positivity rate now is below 14% in this community and far, less on the campus. And so those are all really good signs. So if that can continue to go down, that will also help. And then the third set of data will be, just seeing today's game, seeing what it's like in the stadium, watching what's going on in other games, both in the college space, but also in the NFL. I thought the Chiefs game was a great example of, what's possible. And I'm sure, I'm obviously tuned into our game today, but when I go home and I'm able to look at other games around the country, there'll be some other examples that we can use. And I think we'll take all of that together. And then ultimately, Dr. Winterstein and myself will have to have a conversation and then a decision will have to be made.
Well, Jamie, we won't keep you too much longer, but throughout this whole process, what has been the biggest challenge for you trying to navigate this ordeal?
I just think that, what today changes tomorrow. And, that just it's been a moving target from day one. And, that's just, it wears you out. It wears you out both physically, mentally, and it just, and I don't see that changing that much going forward, at least for the foreseeable future. So, as Matt Campbell and I kept telling each other is, you got to win the day and that tomorrow's coming and there'll be a new set of challenges and a new set of opportunities. And, sometimes you got to realize, you've gone through 5 or 6 straight days of it being really tough. And you got to take a step away from the ledge and recharge. For me, coming to this game is a chance to recharge.
No question. I know you've been so transparent with the Cyclone Nation this entire time. I've been asked a little bit. I'm sure you get it as well. What can people do to help in this entire situation? And then what message would you have for the Cyclone fans?
Well, I would just challenge everybody, whether you're a Cyclone fan or not, is, these are uncharted times. And, we have become so polarized as a society, and we've got to recognize that's not going to solve problems. All that does is generate a lot of answers that aren't solutions, and the solutions are in the middle, and people have to meet in the middle. And the art of negotiation is knowing that the other side has to win too. And our society has just become, if you disagree with me, Brent, then not only am I going to speak out against you, but I'm going to disparage you in the process. Right. And I'm going to post it on social media. That's not healthy. We need to meet in the middle and recognize both sides have to give. And, and that's what we need to do, and so when I bring it now down to just our fan base and not talk about society, is I would say, keep doing what you're doing. Our fans are so passionate. They're so loyal. Don't ever lose that. But do recognize there's two sides to every issue, and there's tough choices that have to be made right now for everybody, not just a select few.
Jamie, well said. Appreciate the transparency and honesty as always, and congratulations to your staff for getting to at least to this place. A lot of people aren't where Iowa State is during this situation, and we're at least a step to this point. And enjoy the second half, and let's hope this is a little more comfortable.
Well, I'll leave with this thought, Brent, because I know you're a stat guy too. Louisiana last year was 11-0 when they led at half, and 0-3 when they were losing at half. The Cyclones were 7-0 when they led at half, and were 0-5 when we were losing at half. So that last touchdown and holding them to that last field goal, if statistics matter, we're in a really good spot.
You're taking my whole platform here with the stats, Jamie. Stop it. That's not fair.
I thought you'd talk about the officiating call there at the end, because you're really good at, you're the knowledgeable one on all that. So
too funny. Well, Jamie, appreciate your time, and enjoy the second half. Let's get a Cyclone victory.
Thanks, Brent.
And we'll be back with more of Cyclone Nation Central momentarily. Iowa State leading Louisiana 14-10 at halftime. But as Jamie mentioned, Iowa State really good last year, win leading at the half. Iowa State gets the ball to open up the second half. So we'll stay posted here and join you here in just a few. Enjoy halftime.
You don't come to Iowa State because it's easy. And this offseason has certainly not been easy. Not for you, not for us. The moments that have come to define the fall for you and I seem like a distant memory. Replaced with struggles, anxiety, concerns, and solitude. But through the unprecedented times we have all faced recently, we are reminded of the only way to properly handle adversity. Together.
3, 2, 1.
We have done just that. We have come together. It hasn't been easy. Some days have been more difficult than others. For a time, we missed our teammates. We missed our coaches, classmates, and aims. And for far too long, we have missed you. But we have continued to work to become our best individually, as a team, and as a community, and focused on a greater good. You see, that is what makes Iowa State special. It's not just the feeling you get on a Saturday morning. It's not just the beauty of a freshly painted jack. It's not just the thrill of victory, it's more than that. What makes Iowa State special is the bond that we all share. Current player, former player, coach, or fan, we all have one thing in common. We all chose Iowa State, and we knew it wouldn't be easy. There will be difficult days, but to accomplish what has never been done before, that should be expected. And as we continue our climb, we remain united. Loyal sons, forever true. We have a long road ahead of us. There will be more difficult days. We will continue to face adversity, but together we will get through it. As we enter Jack Trice Stadium tomorrow, we may not see you, but we will feel you, and we will play for you. Together we will continue to experience moments that will bring you nothing except joy. Together, we will create memories that will last a lifetime. Together, we will make our community and world a little bit better. And one day soon, we will celebrate again, together.
Call it the long-awaited season opener might not.
Louisiana, a bit of a concern for Iowa State. That's now 2 kickoff returns for touchdowns allowed by Iowa State in the last 3 games. The other one coming against K-State to open up the game in 2019. But after all that, Iowa State's still leading at halftime 14-10 and gets the ball to open up the third quarter. And statistically, Iowa State doing very well, as you would expect. Cyclones with 204 yards compared to Louisiana's 130, and been very balanced. 104 yards on the ground for Iowa State is a big success. Breece Hall was effective, and then Kene Nwangu with a touchdown as well. And then Brock Purdy was okay by Brock Purdy's standards, 9 of 16 for 100 yards. Did have 2 critical drops for Iowa State that would have accumulated more yardage. And then pretty clean game. I mean, you look at the penalties there, third down conversions both fine, and then time of possession is where Iowa State wants to be. Some concerns for Iowa State in the second half, the health status of Trevor Downing. He was injured in that final Iowa State drive. Noah Jurgensen came in, filled in fine on that touchdown run by Breece Hall, but what is Downing's status? Coaching staff feels that he is definitely the best offensive lineman on Iowa State's roster and potentially one of the best in the conference. So getting Downing back in the game would be big, Trevor Downing. And the defense, if it can continue the way the defense played, Iowa State's going to be in good shape in the second half, is to allow an explosive Louisiana offense to just 130 yards. Granted, 95 of that yards is not included in that total on that kickoff return for a touchdown. But the Iowa State defensive line played very well. The Bailey brothers, Jaquan especially, you saw Latrell Bankston was an explosive play, Will McDonald in a lot of plays as well, and just really solid on that end. So expect Louisiana to try and pull out all the stops in the second half. They have 1 win ever against a Power 5 opponent. And so you know for them, and they're expected to be very good this year, that if they get a win over a ranked Iowa State team, that's a big deal. So be prepared for Louisiana to pull out all the stops, but Iowa State with the ball back, this opening drive in the third quarter, critical. Get a touchdown here. I think Iowa State's in good shape. Stick with us on Cyclone Nation Central. We're going to talk to Steve Prohm, George Niang, and Bill Fenley here in the second half. But for now, let's send it back upstairs to John Walters and Eric Happ.
Snyder to kick it off for Louisiana. Cyclones up 14-10 as we start the second half. High end over end kick taken by Kene Nwangu at the 2-yard line, right side of the field. He's to the 10, the 20, the 25, the 30, spins off a tackle and gets to the 34-yard line. Nice work by Kene Nwangu.
Yeah, really well blocked. Nice job, Gary Vaughn down there.
Brock Purdy was 9 of 16 in the first half for 100 yards. And he will bring the Cyclone offense out, and we'll see if it's Trevor Downing. I don't think it will be. It will be Noah Jurgensen to get the start here in this second half, as Downing hurt himself with about 2 minutes to go in the first half, did not return.
He is on the sideline, still in uniform.
Cyclones 1st and 10 from their own 34-yard line. They operate from left to right, as we call it here in the third quarter, leading 14-10. Colin Newell will snap it to Purdy. He hands it off left side to Hall, trying to find some room over there and nowhere to go. Did manage to fight his way back to the line of scrimmage, but that was it.
Iowa State had Easton Dean getting out there at recruited as a quarterback / athlete, now a tight end, a redshirt freshman.
And getting an opportunity today with Charlie Kohler sidelined. Cyclones lead at 14-10 as we're just underway here in the second half. Brock Purdy will work from the shotgun on 2nd down and 10 from the 34. Brings Tariq Milton in motion, fakes the pitch to him, and then plants the foot and fires right. And a diving effort by Xavier Hutchinson, but he couldn't haul it in on the fly. He kind of trapped it.
Yeah.
And so now it'll be 3rd down and 10.
Throw a little bit low that time from Brock Purdy, as he had somebody in his face. A good route that time. I tell you what, Eric Guerrer, their outstanding corner, they did a good job in coverage too. Not a lot of room there for Hutchinson.
See if the Cyclones can convert a 3rd and 10. They've converted a couple of 3rd and longs in this game, and could use one right here on this opening possession of the second half with a 4-point lead. Purdy out of the shotgun. And some early movement, it looked like, but no flag. And now Purdy scrambling and running. 35, 40, 45. And he's across the 50-yard line. Great scramble by Brock Purdy. He gets to the Markham at the 49 of Iowa State. That's a run of 15 yards and a first down on the Purdy scramble.
Yeah, and he had Farrad Gardner. Farrad had him right in his sights as he had come on the blitz. And Gardner out there, but a great juke, kind of that pump fake by Brock Purdy. He gets around him and then scrambles for the first down.
Could have sworn that Ramos, the right tackle for Iowa State, moved early on that play, but nothing was called. And so now a 15-yard run by Purdy on a 3rd and 10 play gives Iowa State new life. They're at their own 49-yard line. Purdy from the shotgun, hands it off to Hall. Right side run. Pretty good blocking out in front of him. He's across the 50, 45, tries to cut back, gets to about the 42-yard line, close to the first down marker, about a yard shy. 9-yard run for Hall.
Yeah, pretty well blocked, and, just nice acceleration by Brees that time to get the corner turned. It looked like they might have had some contain there, but just a little bit too much speed.
Really good block by Xavier Hutchinson downfield. And Chase Allen, nice work. So 2nd down and 1 for Iowa State. They're at the 42-yard line of Louisiana. Opening possession of the second half. The Cyclones trying to add to a 4-point lead. Purdy in the shotgun. Sends Sainer in motion. 2 receivers left. Purdy hands it off. Johnny Lang with his first carry. Cuts back and fights to the 40-yard line. He's got the first down. Picked up a couple. And so it'll be 1st and 10 Iowa State at the 40-yard line of Louisiana.
Yeah, it looked like there might have been a little bit more there that time, but McCaskill did a nice job of wrapping him up. But a first down nonetheless.
And a good drive here to start the second half for Iowa State. That's another Cyclone first down for farmers, brought to you by our friends at Pivot Bio, and another $25 donated to the Iowa State College of Agriculture. Cyclones 1st and 10 at the 40-yard line of Louisiana. Purdy takes the shotgun snap, hands it to Lang. He's tripped up in the backfield for a loss. Cam Pedesclo made the stop for a loss of 4 on that run. Nice play by the safety, Pedesclo.
Yeah, he just came on the blitz that time, and nobody there to account for him. Johnny Lang with no chance in that one.
You haven't seen too many negative plays for Iowa State, but there was one right there. So now 2nd down and 14 from the 44-yard line of Louisiana. Purdy in the shotgun, 2 receivers right, 1 left. In motion goes Milton. And Purdy wants to throw it.
False start.
Oh, yeah.
Sean
was
Foster.
A weak whistle. Was there a flag? Yes,
Yeah.
it was. Yeah.
I mean, the play was blown. The play was blown dead.
Well, yeah, but not very. I mean, it was a barely audible whistle. You know, and so they went ahead and Chauncey Manick went ahead and threw down Purdy for a sack, but the play was dead. Brock knew that. It was a false start. Brock
Prior
said,
to the snap, false start, number 75, offense, 5-yard penalty, second down.
I think it's time to go back to regular whistles, don't you think, Eric?
Yeah, the electronic whistle.
Yeah.
I heard it.
Barely. I mean, it was barely there. I thought I heard something too.
But you know what? You have the head linesman throwing the flag, blowing the whistle, or having the whistle signaled. What are the other guys doing when they
stop the play?
Stop the play. You have the center judge and you have the referee. They got to get out there and prevent your quarterback from getting thrown to the ground on a play blown dead 3 seconds earlier.
So now 2nd and 19 from the 48, and Purdy pumps and looks left and fires that way, and a leaping catch is made. Boy, threading the needle. Xavier Hutchinson the catch at the 35-yard line, and a nice gain for Iowa State. Man, that throw by Purdy was into traffic, but right to Xavier Hutchinson.
Tell you what, they had some really good coverage back there. Guerrer, the corner, was underneath, and he was able to get it over top of him and in front of the safety, who really was blanketed on him. Terrific. Maybe a dangerous throw, but a perfect throw.
And a 14-yard gain for Iowa State sets up 3rd down and 5 at the 35-yard line. That's twice that Iowa State's been 2nd and long and made a nice play to get themselves in a manageable 3rd down situation. Now Purdy out of the shotgun with a blitz coming. He scrambles to his right. He dumps it off, and Chase Allen was being held, but no flag. Chase Allen, and he was battling with Farrad Gardner. Now, the pass was a little bit high. Maybe they said an uncatchable ball.
Well, they didn't signal that. I think there just might have been incidental contact there. I don't know that he was holding him. But I tell you what, that 2nd down play.
But early contact for sure from Gardner. But now 4th down, and the Cyclones are going to go for it.
2nd down play, that 14-yard gain actually allows them, if they want to give it a shot here.
And they're going to. 4th and 5, Iowa State will go for it at the 35-yard line of Louisiana. The Cyclones have converted 1 4th down.
The Cajuns brought pressure that time and just didn't give Purdy much time to throw it.
Here we go from the 35 of the Raging Cajuns. Play clock to 2. Purdy takes the snap. He looks left. He fires that way. Incomplete, broken up nicely by A.J. Washington, the corner for Louisiana, and it is the ball going over on downs to Louisiana at the 35-yard line.
Yeah, really good coverage by their corners. As we saw Garrett with some good coverage, and that time Washington the other corner.
So Louisiana takes over on downs at the 35. It was well worth going for it in that situation. And we have a timeout on the field. 10-14 to go 3rd quarter, 14-10. Iowa State in front. You're listening to Cyclone football from Learfield IMG College.
So Iowa State can't convert on a 4th down in the opening drive, and it's Louisiana ball at the 35-yard line. Coach and I were talking there in the background, maybe a little contact there on that 3rd down play. Could have been a penalty, but we're pleased to be joined by Iowa State men's basketball coach Steve Prohm. And Coach, how do you usually take in football games? I know sometimes it coincides with the season. You can't catch them all, but when you're available to, I know you'd probably like to be in Jack Trice Stadium in an ideal world.
Yeah, no doubt. To be honest, in a typical year, in a normal year, this is probably a big recruiting weekend for us, to where, we probably have multiple recruits on campus and their families. Would definitely be at the game right now. For the first half, then you kind of see what the parents want to do from there. The student athletes and the recruits usually will stay and finish out the game, and then we'll meet up later. But obviously unique times, but watching it here on TV with my family, and obviously Mike Golick agreed with us. That was probably pass interference.
I mean, you were majored in communications, right? Like you thought about doing broadcasting?
Yeah, that's I do have a passion for it. I do love it. And so I wanted to, kind of be the next Dick Vitale when I was coming up. And so, but I do love the radio. I do love the TV analysts, and obviously for basketball wise, a guy like Fran Fraschilla, Jimmy Dykes, those are just some guys that have converted from coaches to analysts and done a really good job.
So put on your analyst hat for football at least. What did you see in that first half and first drive for Iowa State? Probably it's the same thing on the basketball side. First game, in any environment is always difficult. You throw in COVID and everything else about 2020, and this has to be extra. You just don't know what's going to happen.
Yeah. I mean, you can tell first game. And the one thing about, Coach Campbell's teams that you see throughout the year, I think they really get better week to week. I think that's one of kind of his staples of week to week. They get better, kind of watch this game, figure out what they've got to improve on, and then get better week to week. But just the little things with the special teams, giving up 7 points there, is big. We were talking off air, the couple fumbles that stall a drive, things like that kind of can shoot you in the foot. But I'm not a football analyst, so I really just watch it more as a fan.
Well, let's bring somebody else in who you might think he's a football analyst.
Now, he's an analyst. I know who's coming on, and I know he's an analyst. So
let me get George Niang, fresh out of the NBA bubble. He's joining us here on Cycle Nation Central. George, what do you think about that first half?
Oh, man, I thought it was getting good. I was a little confused on our first touchdown of who actually really scored it. And then before I could figure that out, they were running the ball back for a touchdown. So it was a little tough, but, I think, we had a lead going into halftime, and, we just got to keep pushing forward. I thought it was a solid first half, especially, Coach Prohm knows, those preseason games are first games. You got to get out there and get them rolling before you start, critiquing anything.
Yeah, and they're playing a really good team too. They're a team from, picked to win the Sun Belt, won the Sun Belt, regular season last year. And so they're coming right in the gates with a very good team. And so I do want to make sure George sees he is being represented here today. We got him back here. So,
there we go. Coach Prohm cheer on Monte Morris last night. I know he's excited. He's still down the bubble, so I'm glad my jersey's still hanging up over there.
I'm trying to see. I don't know if they get it on film. Oh,
see George. Oh, yeah, this is great.
We got Morris, too, not to make you upset at me.
Do you have Matt Thomas on reserve for when the Raptors play?
I don't. I need to get it. I was telling George I'm trying to get the rest of these guys' jerseys. I've got Nader and Naz Longstrot getting framed here and trying to gather the rest of these guys. But having the third most guys in the bubble from Iowa State University it's really impressive, and credit to guys like George. Monte, Matt just got eliminated. Deontay, Abdul, Taylor Horton Tucker still playing. Shayok was down there. Hopefully I'm not missing Naz. Naz was down there. Really impressive, and a credit to those guys. They all kind of took a different path, but their character and work ethic and love for Iowa State is what really put them in that position they are now, and proud of all those guys.
Before we get into some other stuff, George, you try and catch Iowa State football games when you can? And you consider yourself a football fan as well?
Oh, are you kidding me? I was since I've left college, I try to catch one, every Saturday that I can. I'm just sitting here with my mom. I'm actually back in Massachusetts, with my mom and my grandmother, and my grandmother was like, you should be very thankful. Iowa was so amazing to you. I was like, I was great to it too, Nana. But no, we sit around as a family, and, we're all here right now at, back at my place, and we're all enjoying it. We always like to cheer on any Cyclone sport, whatever that is.
Guys, hang tight. We're going to go back to the radio booth. John Walters and Eric Heff for a big play coming up, and we'll come right back to you.
All right.
Overshot his intended receiver, AK, and on the coverage for Iowa State was Tavon Kyle. So now it will be 3rd down and 12 for Louisiana. See if the Cyclones can get a big 3rd down stop. Law enforcement is cracking down on wearing seatbelts, Cyclone fans. The Iowa Governor's Traffic Safety Bureau and your local law enforcement remind you to click it or ticket day or night. All right, 3rd down and 12 for Louisiana. They're at their own 44-yard line. 2 receivers to each side. Lewis, the quarterback, stands in the shotgun. Cyclones show blitz. They send 4. Lewis trying to dance around, buy some time. He'll be sacked. That's Will McDonald with his 2nd sack of the day. Back at the 37-yard line.
Well, really good job by Will McDonald. He had, 6 sacks in the last 6 games last season, or last 5 games last season. Now he's got 2 in the opener. So
he was credited with that first sack of the game when the Bailey brothers teamed up on a play, but it was actually Will that got him to the ground. So Will gets his 2nd sack here on a great rush on a 3rd and 12 play. And now the punter is on there, Reese Burns for Louisiana. 7:24 to go in the 3rd. Cyclones up 14-10 and about to get it back. Burns, rugby style, low kick, end over end, and it is Drop by DJ Miller, and Kamani King over to cover up, but boy, contact immediately as Miller caught that ball, and now a flag comes in after the play. There was a late hit, I think, on Iowa State. Well after the whistle, well after the play was over, a body went flying. It was a Louisiana player, so I believe this is going to be against the Cyclones.
After the play was over, personal foul, unnecessary roughness, number 6, receiving team. Half the distance to the goal, first down, Iowa State.
That's Rory Walling.
Now the play was dead because Kamani King recovered it out of bounds, and the ball had already gone out. Now we've got a timeout, but that personal foul will back Iowa State up. They're going to start their possession at the 19-yard line. They lead Louisiana 14-10.
They're going to start at the 9-yard line.
Yeah, they're pushing it back further. I'm sorry. So they will start at the 9-yard line. We take a timeout here. 7:11 to go in the third. 14-10 Cyclones on the Cyclone Network from Learfield, IMG College.
Okay, back here at Cyclone Nation Central, joined by Steve Prohm and George Niang. Iowa State gets the stop and then backed up a little bit because of a penalty on the punt, but Iowa State has the ball, leading 14-10 midway through the third quarter, and chatting with George and Coach Prohm. And George, before we get in the NBA bubble, I'm really curious about that experience. But Coach, quickly for you, what has this offseason been like? You mentioned the recruiting on campus during a football game, which you can't do right now. It has to have been unique for this whole status and not really knowing for sure when the season is going to start.
Yeah, really unique from a standpoint of we just spent a lot of recruiting just like this. We've got 3 scholarships for the fall. We'd love to get 2 perimeter guys and kind of what everybody wants to call small ball 4-man. I think that position's been so good for Iowa State. When you look at
damn right, it's been pretty good.
When you look at Horton Tucker, Burton, and then obviously Niang, who I only got to coach a year. And so,
best year of his life. Best year of his life, though, Brent.
Yeah. So, wish he had. I wish I could give him 3 more, but that spot, that's what we'd like to get. Possibly we can't get that. Really, the best 5-man possibly we could get, but it is unique. It's a lot through Zoom. I don't know when the next time we'll actually be able to be in someone's living room or somebody's high school or an AAU event. And so, a lot of film, watching a lot of high school games. The last several weekends, watching a lot of live stream AAU events, and we're off to a good start. I know we can't talk names and commitments right now, but we'd love to get a couple more commitments as we finish the fall period.
How about this current team? I know they're on campus. They've been able to have some workouts and things. And how excited are you for this group to get going?
Well, I like this group. It's kind of in the COVID, it's who do you have today? And then whoever has today, we got to max the day out. Whether we're in 4 pods, basically there are 4 apartments, A, B, C, and D. And, some people have been out, whether it's been injury, COVID related at times. And so it's really just about maximizing each week and planning day to day. You really can't look ahead in this model and this landscape that we're in right now. And so they're doing the right thing. I think on and off the floor, we just got to take it a day at a time. But, excited. Our biggest thing is we've got to get better this year. We got to improve some areas defensively. We got to guard the 3-point line a lot better than we did last year, number 1. And then number 2, we got to rebound the ball better. And then offensively, a strength of ours has always been the ability to really shoot the ball from 3. We've got to get that cleaned up as well.
And then quickly on the start of the season, any idea, Coach, what that might look like? I know there's some dates tossed around by the NCAA. It probably won't be on. The season won't start as scheduled in, early November, but maybe late November, optimistically.
Yeah, you're looking at September 16th, next Wednesday. They're supposed to come out with kind of a game plan, and then of the dates, the starting dates, and then it's kind of you take off from there to where I don't know when we'll start. The dates they're throwing around right now, November 25th. November 21st. Are you going to be able to play 25 games? Are you going to be able to play 27 games? What are the games you have contracted? Are you only going to play high major teams? We'll find out a lot more next week, next Wednesday, when the committee kind of throws out starting dates and amount of games. And then we meet, myself and Coach Byers will meet next week with Jamie Pollard to talk a little bit more. So we'll know a lot more next week.
Iowa State gets stuffed on their first down run, so 2nd and 13 coming. And George, and then I'll coach both. How about Tyrese Halliburton? It's going to be fun to see another Cyclone in the NBA, still well represented there. George, what advice would you have for Tyrese, who most likely will be a lottery pick, which is pretty cool, but kind of a strange circumstance. We don't really know when the draft is going to be, but well, fun to see another former Cardinal and Gold guy up there with you.
Yeah, no, it'll be great. I talk to Tyrese, quite often. I told him, I said, listen, I don't know what advice I can give you because I wasn't a lottery pick, and I also didn't have to wait 10 months for the draft either. So, he's a great kid, humble, but, has worked for everything that, has come his way, and he's super talented. I'm excited to see where he ends up, and I know his future is going to be bright. Like I said, like I'll utter again, he's a great kid, a good friend of mine. We were lucky enough, when I was back at Iowa State, he was on, I think it was a recruiting visit, or when I came back, working out in the summers, I got to build a relationship with him, and, it's been built up ever since. But, the best advice that I can give Tyrese is just show up every day and be you, because his energy is infectious, it's positive, and I know the kid's going to work hard. So, if you have that type of attitude and you work hard, success is bound to come your way.
Louisiana gets a stop, actually an interception, as Brock Purdy's picked off by Louisiana, and they're going to be in good territory. Obviously, it still leads 14-10 as I'm checking out my replay right here. And
oh, no.
A phenomenal defensive play by Louisiana's number 16. He's kind of got in a hand fight and won it. So 25, 15-yard line as Hutchinson just kind of got beat right there. And Iowa State's kind of in a dogfight here, gentlemen. And George, you played in some competitive games over the years. You get these non-Power 5, we call them, opponents, and they feel they're really good, and this is a huge moment for them.
Oh, yeah. I mean, Coach Prohm said it all the time. You got to go out there and kill their confidence right from the jump ball. He said, I don't care if it's a tough box out or a hard foul, or for Jameel, not me, a dunk and screaming. You got to let them know that their only option, that is the best option, is to lay down and let this train keep rolling. And, I've been at a couple Iowa State football games. I think it was the UNI one a couple years ago where, it comes down to someone making a big play, and you don't want to have to rely on that, because sometimes the football gods or basketball gods don't always work in your favor. That's for sure.
Coach, what is this like in Campbell's position, where you're not quite sure what you're going to get, but know you're going to be in a really competitive game right from the jump, and it's a shortened season, so every game is amplified?
Well, I think the one thing that you've watched his teams over the years is they've shown great perseverance through every game, and they've always come through and make a play. George touched on the Northern Iowa game last year. Purdy gets the big time fumble recovery. I showed that to our guys to where it's, can you make this play every night? Can you, because there's gonna be a big play every night. Can you make this play every night? And so I think with their character and their perseverance, they'll be able to hang tight as we go forward. But George touched on those games for these mid-major opportunities. They're few and far between. And we played. He may not remember this, but his senior year, we played Chattanooga. They were a 30-win team. We played Buffalo. And those were really two of our best games. I mean, we beat Chattanooga by 20 plus, Buffalo, same type thing. But I think those guys, Chattanooga had beaten Georgia and Illinois coming into the game. And so those guys, you didn't have to kind of, hey, guys, Chattanooga's pretty good. They knew it. They respected them. But those are some of our really good games that year.
Speaking to handling adversity, Iowa State forces a field goal attempt coming up. So good job by that defense, and a great play by Orion Vance and Deshaun Davis there to get a stop. So at least hold them to a field goal. Iowa State's going to maintain the lead. Coach Prohm, one final thing for you. What would you say to the Cyclone Nation throughout this whole process? And how excited are you to get folks back in Hilton Coliseum?
Well, excited to get back. And the one thing, we've got an amazing fan base. I think that's the number one. If you talk to any coach and really any player that's been here, our number one selling point, our number one recruiting point
missed it
is you guys are ahead of me.
Oh, sorry, my bad, Pete. Keep going. You get into the good stuff, man. I cut you off.
The number one thing is from a recruiting standpoint. You can talk about championships or players you've coached and that sort of thing, but the one constant is the fan base, to where they feel Hilton, they feel Jack Trice, and they're extremely loyal. And that's kind of the slogan, loyal forever true. We've got an amazing fan base. I tell recruits all the time, there's only 15, 20 schools that every single night you're going to play in front of 14,000 people. And we're fortunate to be a part of one. He's fortunate to be an alumni of one. I'm blessed to be the head coach of a school like that. And so to all them, thanks for their loyalty, thanks for their commitment, and you'll be in Jack Trice hopefully soon, maybe as soon as the Oklahoma game, and then they'll be in Hilton soon enough as well. But thanks for all your support, and again, congratulations to all these NBA guys who really represented our program well, and we've got a lot of guys overseas doing extremely well, and proud of all those guys.
Our coach, appreciate your time and all the best to you and your family, and hopefully we'll see you in Hilton Coliseum someday soon.
All right, thanks, Brent. Good to see you, George.
George, you stay on here.
Coach, take it easy.
All right, man.
George gets to stay on here because I want to pick his brain on life in the NBA bubble. George, I'm self-professed one of 23 NBA fans in Iowa, although it's growing now that you guys are all up there.
There we go.
What was that like? I mean, just you were there for how many weeks, and obviously a hard-fought series with Denver. Just to talk to me through what a surreal type of world that must have been.
Yeah, it was crazy. Obviously, we're blessed with a great organization in the Jazz, and then obviously the NBA organization to put us in a situation in a location where we can be safe and do what we love. Obviously, it's ignorant of me to even have a complaint, but obviously being in the bubble, you're kind of in like your own world. Like that was my little world for 50 plus days. And I try to tell people when I describe it, I said, well, imagine being around your work friends, sleeping, eating, conversing when you're not on work, for 50 days straight. Sometimes you just wish you had like that little break or that little pocket of time that you could spend with your family. But, it was a grind. I'm not going to lie. At some points, mentally it was challenging. But like I said, there was people outside that didn't know when their next meal was coming, didn't know when their next paycheck was coming. I'm out here in a nice hotel room where, I had food delivered and great food and a great support system, playing a game that I grew up loving and still love to this day. So I was truly blessed to be in there. It was a grind. Playing in front of no fans was weird. Not traveling was weird, but good at the same time. Losing to Monte, was probably the toughest part because, when you're up 3-1, you're thinking like, all right, what text am I going to send them? Like, oh, great season, but da 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 da. But and
did you get one back from Monte? Did you get one back?
No, okay. I didn't. I think he knew they snuck by the hair on their chin. So, I'm happy for him. He's playing really well. He's doing a great job. He started some games for them, and I'm really happy for them. And cheering that they can go have another series where they take over a 3-1 deficit.
Well, let's talk about your game. I thought just from watching you in the playoffs, you played super valuable minutes and were super efficient as well. I think you were close to 50% from three and played quite a bit. Had to be fun for you to see that kind of growth in your career this season.
Yeah, it was an unbelievable opportunity for me. One of our starters, Bojan Bogdanovic, was out, so it was a great opportunity for me to show what I've been working on and, continue to help the team win. And I was really excited about it. Obviously, losing is not how you want to go out, but it comes with it. It's motivation that we're going to have to use for next year and going forward. And I look forward to whenever the next season is, that we can get out there on the court and prove people wrong. But until then, I'm going to enjoy, working out every day and watching my good old Cyclones take it to any team that steps into Jack Trice or anywhere on a football field.
Hang with me. We're going to go up to the booth, and John and Eric, and we'll be back to chat about life in the bubble here in a little bit.
Dear God, I'm back at the 21-yard line, and now Iowa State will have to punt it away.
Yeah, rolling out to the right that time, dragging across, but boy, just nobody open. That Cajun secondary really doing a nice job, the linebackers.
So 3 and out now for Iowa State, and the Cyclones will have to punt it away with Joe Rivera.
I mean, here in the second half, John, Iowa State with just 2 first downs. I mean, but defensive-oriented game as Louisiana with only 1 first down here in the second half.
And we're 2:30 to go in the third. Connor Guest snaps it back there, and here is the left-footed punt by Joe Rivera, and it's a beauty. Backpedaling is Guerrer. He takes it at the 23, and he's brought down beautifully by Landon Akers. Boy, just terrific punt by Joe Rivera and great coverage downfield by the Cyclones. Big field position changer right there. They'll mark it at the 22-yard line.
Yeah, that was 54, 55 yards, maybe -1 on the return.
Outstanding job. Timeout. I believe they did not take the timeout. Okay, so we'll keep it here. 2:14 to go in this third quarter. Louisiana takes over.
Yeah, 56-yard punt, -1 on the return. Boy, that's a field flipper.
And back here at Georgia, the end, good punt there by Joe Rivera, and flips the field a little bit. So Louisiana still trailing Iowa State 14-10, 2:15 left in the third quarter. So George, back to your world. Did you get to see those guys at all, those other Cyclones in the bubble? I know there's kind of, obviously you're in similar hotels, some in the same hotel. What was life like in that regard? Like, did you go have dinner, or what were the rules?
Oh, yeah. After a certain period of time, you're allowed to go to other people's hotels. And I'm bummed that I missed taking a picture, but at dinner we had Deontay, Monte, Talon, Matt. Oh, no.
No.
I'm
Flag?
sorry.
Flag? There's no flag.
But Matt Campbell has this guy built for these moments, so we'll be all right. But yeah, we all the Cyclones. I think Mariel had a game that night, but all of us Cyclones got together and sat down and had dinner. I was bummed we didn't get a picture of it, and then the playoffs happened so quick. So it was actually really tough to get everybody together after that. But I saw Matt frequently, Naz all the time, Monte a little too much, Talon, all those guys. So we had a lot of good time to spend with each other, and talk smack to all the other guys saying that they picked the wrong schools.
Last couple of things for you, and then we'll let you go and enjoy the game. But does that brotherhood still exist from your time at Iowa State? I mean, you guys had so many great memories, so many great years, and so many good players involved with that. The 4 years you were in Ames, and I know you're great about keeping in touch with all those guys. Is it just like you're back there on campus when you see those guys?
Oh, 100%. I mean, each one of us knows what it took for us to make it to this level, and I think we appreciate that about every single one of us. Nothing was ever handed to any of us. So, we all kind of reminisce on that. And then, obviously, Ames is the best place in the world. We've had some of the best times of our lives there. So, too many times that we're going over and talking to each other about and how bad we wish we could be back there and enjoy them again, especially the times in Hilton and interacting with fans, and then nights in Hilton and together or whatnot, football games. There's so many great memories. The list is endless. So when you try to sit down and talk about them and talk about the experiences, it brings nothing but laughs and smiles, and just how thankful we are for the opportunity to be a Cyclone. Because like Coach was talking about, once you're brought into the family, you never leave, and I think that's the best part. You don't find that everywhere, but the Cyclone love is real, and I wouldn't want it any other way.
Well, George, you're so generous with your time, and I know you're also involved in the community here in Ames as well. I missed playing in the Georgia golf outing this year. Hopefully that'll resume next summer, as Lindsay Fenley does such a great job at that, and so he's so gracious of you to come back to Ames. You don't have to, but you're one of the greats of all time for that reason, and always appreciate your time, and hope to catch you at some point soon back here in Ames.
Yes, I'll be back soon. Hopefully I'll have that Oklahoma game circled on my calendar. So hopefully they're letting people in there, or else I'll just have to charge my way down onto the field.
I think you might know a few people, so I think we can arrange that for you. Well, George, enjoy the game, and we'll hope to see you soon.
All right, thank you guys so much. I appreciate it.
It's George Niang, now out of the NBA bubble and up in Massachusetts, and we need a guy who says offense going here, trailing 17-14, 2 minutes left in the third. Back to John and Eric in the booth.
2-1 for Iowa State. That was that drag route we saw so much of a year ago, especially with Deshaunte Jones. Here comes Joe Skates entering for Xavier Hutchinson. Cyclones 2nd and 1. They're at their own 34. They trail 17-14. We have 1:30 to go in the third quarter. Purdy in the shotgun. Brees Hall offset to his left. Two receivers left, one right. Do you take a shot down the field here on 2nd and 1? Purdy will hand it off, and Hall's met in the backfield, fights through that, and then churns the legs close to the first down marker. And if the mark on the far side of the field is accurate, he has it, but I think they're going to mark him just about a half yard shy. But boy, Hall did a great job just to avoid about a 3-yard loss.
Yeah, he got hit in the backfield just as he took the handoff. So
it'll be 3rd and inches.
But hey, it's one you have to get, John.
Yeah, 3rd about a foot for Iowa State here. They're going to get Dylan Sainer in there and Jared Russ.
That'll be 3 tight ends.
And they're going to break the huddle here with about 10 seconds on the play clock.
Well, they're not going to audible out of it.
There they come. Right up to the line of scrimmage. Purdy's going to operate from under center. Play clock at 5. Purdy directing traffic. Play clock at 2. Purdy takes the snap. Hands it off to Hall. Hesitation. Now he turns the legs and gets the first down. Boy, it wasn't pretty, but he got it.
Purdy, I think Jared Russ may have lined up on the wrong side. They had to shift him over.
Just got it off.
Just able to get the snap.
So we'll see if they run another play here. They could just let this clock run out and go to the 4th quarter.
And I think that's what they're going to do. No rush.
Now we'll see. They might get one more off. We're down to 8 seconds to go in the quarter. They're allowing for a substitution for Louisiana. Down to 1 second. We won't get it off. So we will go to the 4th. With Louisiana leading Iowa State 17-14.
Of the 3rd quarter.
You're listening to Cyclone Football from Learfield IMG College.
So Iowa State with possession, but down by 3, 17-14. And through that conversation between George and Coach Prohm, you saw a long touchdown pass by Louisiana against an Iowa State defense that had been so strong so far today. I'm just trying to take a look at my updated stats. And after holding Louisiana to under 150 yards in that first half, now getting pretty even, 212 for Louisiana, 246 for Iowa State. And not a Brock Purdy type effort. Again, kind of hampered by some drops in the first half, but just 12 of 23, 119 yards, and an interception. And Brock's been pretty efficient with the ball throughout his entire Iowa State career. And now, heading into the 4th quarter, and you've given a Louisiana team even more life. And this is a very good team. Iowa State's history against the Sun Belt has been pretty good over the years, but it's been a while. And this is a very capable Sun Belt team out of Lafayette. And Iowa State's, as we've seen in these non-conference games, in a dogfight. Of course, Iowa State went to the last series a year ago against UNI and Matt Campbell openers. The Cyclones are 2-2, and here we are in the 4th quarter, again in this mysterious 2020 season, and Iowa State's in a battle. And so we'll hope that Iowa State can put a drive together, put some things away, and make the 4th quarter a little less interesting than it appears it is going to be. On Cyclone Nation Central, we'll also talk to Bill Fennelly in this 4th quarter as well. Coach is invested in this game, so we'll get his reaction on how this is going. Also some thoughts on his team entering the 2020 season. Cyclone women's basketball team could be loaded this year, so we'll be fun to talk to Coach Fennelly about that. But for now, Cyclones trailing 17-14, about ready to start the 4th quarter. And when ready, we'll send it back up to John and Eric for a big drive for the Cyclones.
It's a big deal, but there's some guys really playing good football in that front for Iowa State.
Cyclones trail at 17-14 as we start the fourth quarter. They're 1st and 10 at their own 36-yard line. Brock Purdy, the quarterback, operates from the shotgun. Purdy looks to throw. Here comes a rush again. Purdy spins out of it and throws it away. He was being harassed by Farrod Gardner, and they were getting some pressure that time, so Purdy wisely threw it away.
I mean, you take 95-yard kickoff return, a 78-yard touchdown pass. Iowa State's longest play of the day, 19 yards, a 19-yard run by Brees Hall. Their longest pass completion, 16 yards. So they have just not been able to hit the big chunk plays.
2nd down and 10, Iowa State. They're at their own 36-yard line. A couple of receivers left, one right. Chase Allen in the slot left. And here's a shotgun snap to Purdy. This time he has protection, fires a crossing route. It's caught. And avoiding a tackler, getting across the 40-yard line was Xavier Hutchinson. And good work after the catch. He got to the 41, so a gain of 5. And it'll be 3rd down and 5 for Iowa State.
Yeah, that was like certainly could have been tackled at the line of scrimmage, but great effort by Hutchinson to avoid that first hit. And now, here you are. Big 3rd down situation for Iowa State.
3rd down and 5 from their own 41-yard line. They trail at 17-14 early in the fourth quarter. Brock Purdy drops to throw. Here comes a blitz. Purdy delivers left, and a great catch made by Chase Allen. No, they ruled it incomplete. He did not hang on. Chase with a diving effort along the sideline, but couldn't hold on, and it's 4th down.
Once again, good coverage over there by Braylon Trahan.
And that'll force Iowa State to punt it away. With 14-16 to go. Boy, Chase almost hauled that in, but he couldn't quite corral it. Good effort.
Very athletic effort by the tight end. But once again, John, Iowa State coming up short here in the second half. Iowa State struggling to get yardage in the half.
Joe Rivera to punt it for Iowa State. Eric Guerrer back deep for Louisiana. Left-footed Rivera gets rid of it. A low-line drive. Guerrer returns it. Started at the 17. Finds a big hole. He's across the 40. 45, 50. And he is going to win a foot race down the sideline for another huge play. Louisiana touchdown. Eric Guerrer all the way on the punt return. And Louisiana increases its lead. Special teams have been huge for Louisiana.
Well, 2 touchdowns. I mean, 3 big plays in this football game by either team, all 3 by Louisiana. Iowa State here in the second half, John, 47 yards of offense. And we're into the fourth quarter.
Boy, was there a parting of the Red Sea after he caught that ball. Just nothing but daylight in front of him. And Eric Guerrer takes it all the way for the Louisiana touchdown. Was that 87 yards? Not sure. 84 yards on the return by Guerrer.
Or 80, I guess officially now 83.
83, and Louisiana
Either
adds
way
to the lead. 23-14, they'll try the point after with Almendares. And the kick on the way, and it is good, and Louisiana increases the lead to 24-14 with 13:58 to go.
You know, John, if there's one thing that has been a bit of an issue for Iowa State, they've started the seasons somewhat slowly, and we're kind of seeing that here.
Timeout on the field. 13:58 to go in the fourth quarter. Cyclones down 24-14. You're listening to Cyclone Football from Learfield IMG College.
Well, that's not great. Punt return for a touchdown for Louisiana now takes a 24-14 lead, and we're going to bring in a guy that's maybe had some fired up speeches along the way, and that is Iowa State women's basketball coach Bill Fenley joins us and get the audio all hooked up for Coach. Coach, Brent here over at Hilton. How are you? We got no audio, so we'll try and remedy that. So we'll bring Coach right back in. We've got some proficient technical people over there to help, a.k.a. Tyler Rutherford. So he's going to get that squared away with Coach Fenley. But an 83-yard punt return for a touchdown, the second special teams touchdown of the day for the Raging Cajuns. Not to mention Iowa State's offense, as Eric Heft was just mentioning, under 60 yards in this half. And so with 14 minutes remaining, Iowa State gets the ball back, but now down by 2 scores. And you're starting to enter a territory where you need to score a touchdown or at least get a field goal on this possession. Is time running out on Iowa State? And should we try to see if Coach Fenley is back? There he is. Hi, Coach. How are things over at Jack Trice Stadium? I imagine the select few people are a little nervous right now.
Yeah, a little nervous. Obviously, some big plays by Louisiana, but Iowa State has a lot of great things still in them, I think, and hopefully it'll be a great fourth quarter comeback. And it's a surreal event here, Brent. It really is. You got to give a lot of credit to the staffs and all the people that have worked hard to make this possible. So hopefully the kids can get some enthusiasm here down the stretch and pull this one out.
You played in games like this where you play a non-conference team that's very good and they enter an atmosphere, regardless if there's fans or not, where this is a statement win for their entire program for years to come. And Louisiana appears to be up to the task.
No question. Obviously, they came here. They're a very good football team, number one. And I think when you come here and you have a chance to get this kind of game, those kids are really excited about playing that. They're playing on national television, which, probably doesn't happen a lot. And obviously, it's not an excuse, but it's a fact that without a home field advantage, that evens the playing field a lot. And it's a very, very skilled team, very mature team, but a team that's played very, very well up to this point. And, I'm sure it's not surprising to our football staff at all. All you got to do is look at what this team came in with, and they're playing that way today.
So what has this whole offseason been like for you? I know you're a big football fan, and normally you have, like Coach Prom talked about, you have recruits at the game today, but obviously not the case. So it has to be very strange and just hopeful in a way that the season can start in November in some capacity.
Yeah, no question. It is different. I'm at Will's soccer game at 9:00. You drive in, right before kickoff. But yeah, usually you're entertaining. You have people here, whether it's recruits or you're working with boosters, whatever. It is different, but we're all trying to do what we can to give these young people the opportunity to compete and play and do what they love to do. And certainly we're hoping for our opportunity as well. Our kids have done an amazing job of doing the things that they need to do. It's a big sacrifice to be a Division I athlete. You have to put in a lot of time. You give up a lot of things, and they're giving up even more. And we've asked them to do a lot, and they've done it so far. And we should hear next week kind of what they're looking at for the season, when we can start, when we can practice. So we're optimistic. Obviously, getting football going gives basketball folks a lot of anticipation that our turn is coming. So hopefully that'll be the case.
Well, Coach, can you hang with me for a little bit? We're going to go back to the booth, and John and Eric, and we'll go let you go catch up on the game as a short return for Iowa State, but a big drive upcoming. We'll go back to the booth with Walters and Heft.
To be corn-fed. All right, Cyclones started their own 13, trailing by 10. Operating right to left in this fourth quarter. Wind not a factor. There's a slight breeze behind them. Brock Purdy, Brees Hall, the backfield in a pistol formation. Two receivers left. Purdy takes the snap. Fake handoff to Hall. Purdy has time. Now runs with it. Left and looks downfield. Pumps. Keeps running. He's across the 20 and right at the 20. He'll be dragged down on a good tackle by Farrod Gardner. But Purdy picks up 7 on the scramble.
Once again, good coverage downfield. But Iowa State gave him better protection that time. He had plenty of time to try to find somebody, and then the ability to cut it upfield and make something.
7-yard run by Purdy sets up 2nd down and 3 for Iowa State. Two receivers left, one right. Purdy in the shotgun. There's the snap. Fake handoff to Hall. Purdy steps up, has some time, delivers right, and a leaping catch is made for a Cyclone first down. That was Xavier Hutchinson out at the 30-yard line. So a gain of 10 on the throw to Xavier Hutchinson.
Yeah, well-thrown ball. Once again, good protection.
Well, they only gave him 8 as they marked it at the 28. 29, we'll call it. So a 9-yard catch for Xavier Hutchinson. Now Purdy looks to throw again. Dumps it off over the middle. It's caught. And a great cut made by Brees Hall. And he got to the 36-yard line. A gain of 7.
Yeah, really good job. Iowa State not going super fast here, but they're picking up the tempo a little bit.
So 2nd and 30 again after that 7-yard gain on the throw to Hall.
Iowa State gets Landon Akers and Joe Skates into the game.
12:30 remaining in the fourth. Cyclones down 10, 24-14. Purdy operates from the shotgun. And the give to Brees Hall. Nothing doing up the middle, but he does find a little seam and then
gets a first
fights
down
forward and gets the first down at the 40-yard line. So second effort by Hall after things were kind of bottled up. He picked up 4.
And that gets him over a 100-yard mark on the day.
So first down, Iowa State at the 39-yard line. We'll call it the 40. Cyclones on a critical possession with 11:56 remaining in the fourth, down by 10. 2 receivers to the right side. Brock Purdy in the shotgun. This drive started at their own 13-yard line. 1st and 10 from the 40. Purdy takes the snap. Purdy rolls right, has some time, delivers deep down the right side for Landon Akers, incomplete. Just out of his reach.
And Landon slowed down for a moment, and then saw the ball had been thrown, tried to speed up and catch it. But I think if he just keeps going, that might have been, because there was some separation that time between Landon and the corner. As a matter of fact, the corner almost slipped.
Might have been a touchdown if Akers was able to haul it in. 2nd and 10 for Iowa State. Clock stopped at 11:33 remaining in the fourth. Cyclones down 24-14. Kane Nwangu in the game. Vacates the backfield, so Purdy all alone. Purdy takes the snap. Brock rolling right, throws it on the run into a crowd, incomplete. Tariq Milton had a shot at it, but man, there were some defenders there as well.
Yeah.
That was Quibido that had the coverage. So now 3rd and 10, Eric.
Hey, Brock has thrown some into some really tough spots here today.
Huge play in this football game. 3rd and 10 for Iowa State at its own 40.
I mean, still a lot of time left. I don't know about plenty of time, but 11:25 to go. But, man, you want points out of this drive. And now 3rd and 10, you got to come up with a big play. And now just getting the play in with 8 on the play clock.
Purdy in the shotgun. 3 receivers right, 1 left. And the play clock down to 1. They won't get this off. In fact, they'll have to call a timeout. So a timeout used by Iowa State. You hate to lose a timeout.
Yeah.
But we're going to take the break with them. 11:25 to go in the fourth, and the Cyclones trail 24-14. You're listening to Cyclone football from Learfield IMG College.
Big third down upcoming for Iowa State, and rejoined by Bill Fenley. And Coach, while we have a minute, just speak about your team returning. Hopefully the season comes along as planned, and it's going to be fun to watch. I mean, you've got some great returning players and a fun influx of players as well, and it should be a good year, at least maybe to watch on TV at Hilton Coliseum.
Yeah, we hope so, Brad. Our kids have done an amazing job. Like you said, Kristen Ash back, Maddie Wise is healthy, Ray's back. That's a good core to start with. And our incoming freshman class, Maggie McGraw, played a lot last year. Maggie was sick early, got pneumonia, and missed about 3 weeks. But our 4 freshmen have really assimilated themselves really well. I think they committed to us early, so they kind of knew a little bit more about the program maybe than most incoming freshmen. So they've worked really hard. We had a lot of energy in the building yesterday. We're working out 2 and 3 times a week. Just a lot of 5-on-0, no contact, a lot of skill work, trying to keep them motivated and occupied. Hopefully next week we'll get some indication of what we can do practice-wise.
And you're on the similar testing protocol, right, as the football team, where you're getting tested, well, at least once a week. And I know that your student athletes have been just as great at that whole issue as well of trying to stay, you don't want to say stay away from your friends in the general student population, but these are strange times.
Yeah, they are. And it's tough. You want to go hang out with your friends, and even the idea of them separating as teammates. They're in pods, and we get tested every Sunday. And then once we start practice, we'll be tested at least twice a week. And then whatever Big 12 protocol comes up before game day. So it's not just, everyone thinks, they can't go out to parties. A lot of it is like today, they all wanted to get together, at someone's apartment to watch the game. We told them they couldn't do it. So it's just little things like that are really tough for a young person to understand. And I get it, but if they want to play, they got to do what Coach Campbell's kids did. And certainly hope that that's the case for us come November.
One last thing for you, and then we'll go let you watch the end of the game here. But what message would you have for Cyclone Nation? You're kind of the senior member of the staff at this point, and we've been through a lot here in the last – it's crazy that the Big 12 tournament was supposed to start for you guys like 6 months ago. today? It seems like 25 years ago, but what would your message be for everybody watching of, how can we keep on chugging along here?
I think the biggest thing is just stay the course, trust the vision of Dr. Winterstein, Jamie Pollard. The leadership here is great. I know there's people that want to think otherwise and want to deflect from what's going on. And this is a great community. It's a great university, but it's time for a little cooperation. It's time for a little idea of let's figure out a way to make this work and not fight about little things all the time. Whatever that is, we're depriving young people of some things that scares me a little bit, but we're going to figure it out. We're built for this. We understand what we need to do. Iowa State is a unique place. I always talk about the Iowa State way, and we're always talking about the Iowa State way in different ways sometimes, but now it's about doing the right things, doing the things that pull us all together through the toughest times that certainly I've been in college sports for 40 plus years. I've never seen anything like this. And this is when you got to pull together even harder and not pull apart. And like I said, ultimately trust the leadership that we have. We have the best president, best athletic director in the country, and we got to follow their lead. Whatever they say, they're going to get us there. I really believe it.
All right, Coach, appreciate your time. I look forward to seeing you at Hilton Coliseum at some point here in the future.
Hope so, Brent. Take care. Go Cyclones.
All right, that's Iowa State head women's basketball coach Bill Fenley's Iowa State can't convert on a third down, so a punt upcoming for the Cyclones, and we've got a little over 11 minutes left as I'm checking my clock, so it's go time for Iowa State, down 10, 24-14, 11:15 left. Back to the booth and John and Eric, and we'll rejoin you here momentarily.
Takes this one at the 6, avoids the first man, brought down at the 12. Good tackle made by Greg Eisworth. So now Louisiana takes over the 12-yard line with a 10-point lead.
Well, now order your groceries online and get them even faster with Hy-Vee Aisles Online same-day pickup. We've added even more pickup times to choose from and pick up your groceries in as little as 2 hours with the new Get It Faster option. Download the Hy-Vee grocery app or visit Hy-Vee.com/grocery to get started.
Turnover battle in this game is 2-0 Louisiana. However, they didn't capitalize on either of those turnovers. They missed field goals on both occasions. But sure would behoove Iowa State to get a turnover.
But yeah, once again,
get that ball back.
3 big plays.
Yep.
You go back last year, the Texas game too. Iowa State dominated that Texas game, but they only had three drives in the game, and they scored touchdowns on all of them. Iowa State able to come back and win that one with a field goal late. Iowa State with the statistical edge here in this one, but man, the special team edge, huge, huge.
Levi Lewis hands it off on first down. Regas up the middle, fighting to try to keep the legs moving. Gets to the 14-yard line is where they're going to spot him. So a gain of 2 on the run by Regas. And Louisiana, which averaged a year ago 257 yards a game rushing.
Yeah,
and had 42 rushing touchdowns.
6.5 yards per carry a year ago.
They will try to run the football, you would assume here, although the Lewis is certainly dangerous.
Yeah. They're averaging under 3 yards a carry.
10:30 remaining in the fourth quarter. Iowa State down by 10, 24-14. Lewis in a pistol formation, spins and hands it off to Regas. Off the left side, he goes nowhere to go. Mike Rose was there, and he had some help. And no gain on the play on the run by Regas. So now 3rd and 8 coming up. Orion Vance in on the stop as well. Well, Eric, this is a situation where you got to get that 3rd down stop.
Yeah, Iowa State.
Under 10 minutes to go.
Cyclones get Will McDonald in, Latrell Bankston. They have a 4-man front.
Yeah, with the Wazirike and Bankston inside.
And Jaquan Bailey.
All right, 3rd down and 8, Louisiana from the 14-yard line. Shotgun snap to Lewis. He drops. He delivers across the middle. Caught by LeBlanc, but a great open field tackle made by Greg Eisworth. A gain of 2, but now Louisiana, after a 3-and-out, will have to punt it away. Good tackle by Eisworth. Well, there's the stop you needed.
I mean, once again, defense has allowed just over 200 yards of offense, 78 coming on one play. Obviously, that 78 still counts, but even with that, 216 total yards. against a team that is really good offensively.
Reese Burns to punt it away. Line of scrimmage, the 16. Back deep is Tariq Milton. Burns barely gets it off. Will McDonald almost blocked it. Returnable from Milton. He takes it at the 38, angles left, and now cuts back, and he's taken down to the 40-yard line. So the Cyclones have decent field position. They have 8:47 on the clock. They trail by 10. And we will have a timeout here. You're listening to Cyclone Football from Learfield IMG College. And long punt return by Eric Guerrer. The only touchdown, or correction, one of two here big play touchdowns here in the second half for Louisiana. Out of the shotgun is Purdy. And Purdy will keep it and run it left. And he's out to the 45, runs out of bounds there, a 5-yard gain. 6, rather. A designed run that time for Brock Purdy. He picks up 6 to the 46. So that's second down and 4 coming up. Clock ticking, 8:33 to go. Two receivers to the right side, along with the tight end, Dylan Sainer. Another tight end, Chase Allen to the left side. We have 8:20 left. Iowa State down 10. They are second and 4 at their own 46-yard line. Purdy from the shotgun will look to throw it. Now scrambling to his left, buying some time. Brock is able to tiptoe along the sideline, get close to the first down marker. And I believe he made it. He did. Brock Purdy with a great scramble to get that first down.
Yeah, trying to little play action, tried to had one-on-one coverage out there, but man, nothing doing. It was well covered.
So a big conversion there for Purdy. 1st and 10 Iowa State. Right at midfield. Purdy to throw. Deep down the left side for Hutchinson. Oh, and a diving effort and incomplete. Hutchinson couldn't quite hang on, but it looked like he got pushed.
I thought that was pass interference.
I did too. I thought that was a given and that it would just be a bonus if he caught it, but no pass interference was called, and Matt Campbell is not happy. They pushed him right in the back.
Yeah, I don't know how they missed that one. A well-thrown ball, and almost a great catch anyway.
Hutchinson pleading his case. So it would have been a big strike. Instead, it's an incomplete pass. 2nd and 10, Iowa State. A.J. Washington, the coverage. 2nd and 10, Cyclones. The ball at the 49-yard line of Louisiana. Shotgun snap to Purdy. Dumps it out on the right flat. Caught by Brees Hall. Brees trying to find a way to make men miss. He does. Bounces off a tackler and gets to the 43-yard line of Louisiana.
That's a really good run that time because that swing pass out there, guy had him pinned in. He couldn't get to the outside, hit him. And Brees with a great cut back to the inside, back against the grain. And got 6 yards or 5.5 yards.
So 3rd and 5 coming up for Iowa State. Shotgun snap to Purdy. Purdy looks. He fires over the middle, and it's incomplete and almost picked off. Boy, Percy Butler was right there, and Milton was well defended. They were trying to go to Tariq Milton. Now the Cyclones will go for it on 4th down here with 7:16 to go. 4th down and 5 coming up.
Yeah, Pedesclo that time really had good coverage underneath, but boy, Brock's just had a hard time. He has not had open receivers today.
4th down and 5 for Iowa State. They're at the 44-yard line of Louisiana. 7:16 to go. Now the play clock is at 12, and they're just now getting up there and getting lined up. Down to 7. And they give Louisiana a chance to substitute. We're down to 3 on the play clock. Here we go. Brock's got to hustle to get it off. He just does. 4th down play. Purdy delivers. Chase Allen could not hang on, and it's incomplete. And the ball goes over on downs to Louisiana.
Yeah, good coverage there by Percy Butler once again. And
boy, have they defended well in the secondary.
90 yards of offense in the second half for Iowa State. They have really, really struggled.
So Louisiana,
I think they missed the pass interference call. Iowa State not able to overcome that today with their offense, at least here in the second half. They had some signs of good offense throughout that first half. But, it has been tough sledding, great defense by Louisiana. Now Iowa State's got to come up with another big defensive stand.
7:11 to play. Louisiana takes over on downs at the 44-yard line, leading 24-14. Lewis in the shotgun. Cyclones show blitz. Lewis spins and hands it off. This is Mitchell off the left side, brought down by Joshua Bailey, who's had a game. At the 41-yard line, a loss of 3. Joshua Bailey with another good play.
Yeah,
Man, has he shown us something.
He has shown some real quickness at that nose spot.
And so now, after a loss of 3, 6:49 to go, it'll be 2nd down and 13 from Louisiana, its own 41.
And they're going to just be very patient, milk the clock as much as they can.
Yeah,
get it down.
Levi Lewis, the veteran quarterback, looking up there at that play clock. And now from the 41, 2nd and 13, shotgun snap to Lewis. He'll run it, and he jukes and then dives down at about the 46 is where they'll mark it. So gain of 5 on the run by Lewis. Sets up 3rd down and 7. And now you got to get off the field.
Yeah.
6:16 to go.
Absolutely have to get off the field here, and they may well run it here.
Yeah. Call it 3rd and 7 from the 47-yard line of Louisiana. And again, Lewis looks up, sees 15 seconds still on the play clock. He'll take his time. Under 6 minutes to play now, 4th quarter. Cyclones down 10, 24-14. Lewis from the shotgun. And Lewis will hand it off. You're right. Mitchell up the middle has the 1st down and more. He breaks free and is finally wrestled down by Greg Eisworth at the 34-yard line of Iowa State. But it's a gain of 19 yards on the run by Mitchell.
Yeah, their biggest running play of the game. And, man, what a time for it as they're trying to put the lock on this football game.
1st and 10 at the 34-yard line of Iowa State. Clock ticking, 5:30 to go.
Yeah. Yeah, I kind of thought they were going to run it there in that third situation, force Iowa State to take a timeout if they wanted to, even if they didn't make it.
Louisiana will take as much time as possible.
Yeah. And they can take a timeout if they need to. They got 3 that they're not going to need otherwise.
Handoff. Mitchell, right side run. Another good run by Mitchell as he gets to the 28-yard line. The ball popped out, and Iowa State got on it, but I think it was after he went down and Mitchell was hurt on that play. So we're going to get a stoppage here as they tend to him. 4:54 to go. Did you know that right now Geico is offering a 15% credit on car, motorcycle, and RV policies? That's on top of what Geico could already save you. So what are you waiting for? Visit geico.com to learn more. They're going to review
Mitchell,
that, Eric?
I think he was clearly down.
Mitchell was dinged up on the play. Yeah. He'll come off.
He took a pretty big lick. Hey, your perfect car is here. LaPorte City Auto Sales specializes in getting you into the right car at the right price right now. LaPorte City Auto, proud supporter of Iowa State football.
Louisiana has been impressive. They have a 2nd and 4 coming up at the 28-yard line of Iowa State. And a timeout is called. So we'll take the break here with 4:53 to go. You're listening to Cyclone Football from Learfield IMG College.
Welcome back to Cyclone Nation Central. Obviously, a lot of work to do for Iowa State here in the fourth quarter, but want to thank you for joining us today. I got to head back over to Jack Trice Stadium for some post-game radio duties, but want to thank all of you for tuning in. This has been fun to be a part of. Want to thank J.J. Moses, J.D. Wagner, George Niang, Steve Prohm, and Bill Fenley, and also thank our very talented crew, particularly Tyler Rutherford, Jared Calvert, Austin Minahan. I got one more name to read. I don't want to screw this up, fellas, back there. So I got it. It's Phil Manley and Jake Werther. So appreciate you guys, all the work you've done on this, and hope to join you all throughout the season here on Cyclone Nation Central. More than anything, let's hope Iowa State shows some signs of life here in the fourth quarter. So appreciate you joining us, and we'll talk to you soon.
The pressing matter is the clock is ticking with 4:35 to go. And Louisiana with the football in Iowa State territory, leading at 24-14. They've got 2nd and 4 from the 28-yard line, and a handoff to the right side, and cutting back is Regis, keeping his footing, and very close to the first down. In fact, he has it. And that will move the chains and keep that clock running.
And Iowa State in deep trouble right now.
Cyclones have not been able to force a turnover. Their defense has been good with the exception of one big play, the deep throw to Peter LeBlanc from Levi Lewis.
Good.
2 special teams touchdowns for Louisiana. But now, 1st and 10 Louisiana at the 24-yard line, closer to the 23 of Iowa State. Regis stays in there, the big bruising back. Pistol formation. And they will give it, nope. There it is. Yeah, it is Regis up the middle, and he will pick up about 6. Got to the 18-yard line. Mike Rose brought him down. But we are down to 3:38 to go. And Louisiana threatening again with a 10-point lead.
And Iowa State with only 2 timeouts remaining. Yeah, Iowa State taking the safety out, putting another D lineman in there.
Who would have guessed in this football game that both teams would be under 300 yards of total offense with 3:20 to go in the fourth quarter? Two explosive offenses a year ago.
Two really good defenses here today.
Yep. Pistol formation on 2nd and 3 at the 17-yard line. And the give to Regis, one cut move, and he'll get another first down to the 11-yard line of Iowa State. Good hard running by Trey Regis, and with 3 minutes to go, 3:01, they'll stop the clock to move the chains. And Iwazurike the stop. Well, now you're really in a almost impossible situation unless Louisiana somehow turns it over.
I've seen some strange things happen, but that's what's going to be required right now for sure. Yeah, disappointing. You know, we knew Louisiana was good coming in here. There's no question about that. That Iowa State has been able to just not make the big play they've needed to make, and they've given up 3.
Regis is brought down by Mike Rose. No gain on the run by Regis. And let's see if Iowa State does use a timeout here with 2:21 to go. No, they'll let it go.
They only have 2 left, so.
Yeah. But Louisiana can take it down to about 1:40 before they snap it here. And they are at the 12-yard line of Iowa State. Under 2 minutes to go. They lead at 24-14. And Levi Lewis, the quarterback, along with Trey Regis in the backfield. And on 2nd and 10, handoff goes to Smith, off the left side. Chris Smith running to the corner, gets to the 5-yard line. They picked up 7, and now with 1:39 to go, it will be 3rd down to go here for 3rd down and about 2 for Louisiana at the 4-yard line of Iowa State.
And clock going to tick down to about a minute before this ball is snapped. Wouldn't be surprised to see Levi Lewis keep it here.
A minute to go. 3rd down and 2 for Louisiana at the 4-yard line, and a handoff to Smith. He's able to fight forward, did not get the first down. Stopped about a half-yard shy, I believe. And with 46 seconds to go, Iowa State is not stopping the clock. So Louisiana has the opportunity here to just run one more play. 4th down and inches. We're under 30 seconds to go in the game.
They may just take a knee here, even at this point.
Iowa State had 2 timeouts. They didn't use them.
And then a timeout.
We've got a break. We got to sneak in here. 15 seconds to go, 24-14. You're listening to Cyclone Football from Learfield IMG College. Welcome back to the Blue Cross Blue Shield second half. 15 seconds to go. Louisiana is 4th and 1 at the 3-yard line of Iowa State, and Levi Lewis will hand it off to Trey Regis, and he's going to go in for a touchdown with 10 seconds left. Regis rushes it in, and it's 30-14 Louisiana. And with 10 seconds left, Louisiana gets its second offensive touchdown of the day. They've had 2 special teams touchdowns. And now they'll try the point after with a 16-point lead. Enjoy peace of mind in these changing times with the Medicare Supplement Plan. 9 out of 10 stay with year after year. From Wellmark Blue Cross and Blue Shield. Visit Wellmark.com/benefit of blue.
Now, Iowa State going to be shut out here in the second half, John. And I know injury to Trevor Downing certainly plays some part in that, but I got to think it was just more Louisiana playing terrific defense and Iowa State not having answers for it.
Extra point try by Almendares is good, and it's 31-14 Louisiana. Let's take a break. You're listening to Cyclone Football from Learfield IMG College. Eric.
Disappointing, to be sure. But once again, the big plays, the big mistakes in this game really dictated it.
And a low line drive kick is scooped up, I think, by Rory Walling. And got out to the 40-yard line on the return with 3 seconds to go.
It's back, the return of the prestigious Learfield IMG College Directors Cup, honoring college sports excellence across all competitive divisions, both men's and women's sports. Follow along on Twitter or online to see which schools will be taking home a first-place trophy in June for their season-long success. Learfield IMG College Directors Cup, a premier institutional award jointly launched in 1993 by USA Today and NACDA.
1 play remaining. And Iowa State will go down to TCU in a couple of weeks. That will be TCU's opener. They were supposed to play SMU, and TCU had a high number of COVID cases and had to cancel or postpone that first game with SMU. And so TCU's opener will be that game September 26th in Fort Worth against Iowa State. Purdy from the shotgun, last play here. He's going to hand it off, and a run off the left side for Kane Nwangu, and that will do it. So Louisiana comes into Ames and gets a huge statement victory for them, and they could run the table. I would not be surprised at all if they ran the table. They defeat Iowa State 31-14. Back with more. You're listening to Cyclone Football from Learfield IMG College. and win that convincingly. Against special teams, big plays were the difference. But from an Iowa State perspective, back to the drawing board, we've seen Iowa State start slowly in years and then turn it on. They're going to have to do it again this year.
Oh, they are, and they've got to find ways to be more productive on offense. I know they ended up with just over 300 yards today. In the defense, I thought the defense played really well, but the offense just sputtered and did not score a point in the second half. Had about 100 yards of total offense in that second half. And I know they're playing against a good defense, but, Coach, they're going to be playing against better defenses than that coming up, and at least I would assume so. But they've got to find playmakers, and they've got to give Brock a little more time. Brock's got to be sharper. Everybody's got to play a little bit better. I thought Breece Hall was probably the shining star on offense, but he had a fumble that was lost today too. So everybody can kind of share a little bit of the blame on that side. In the one big play the defense gave up, aside from that, John, they had less than 200 yards of offense. And this is a really good, experienced offense that the Cajuns have.
Louisiana had big plays. Iowa State didn't.
No big plays for Iowa State. Cyclone's longest play of the game, a 19-yard run by Breece Hall. And, Cajuns didn't really have big plays either, except for the 178. Their longest play was also 19 yards. Other than that 78, but other than doesn't really matter because it happened, and
tack on 2 special team touchdowns, and you've got yourself a 31-14 victory.
Yeah, that last kind of by the way touchdown. I mean, it's certainly a little disappointing, but nothing like giving up the 2 special teams touchdowns that really flipped the course of this game.
Final score 31-14 Louisiana. Stay tuned for the wrap-up show. You're listening to Cyclone Football from Learfield IMG College.
pass, but that was pretty much it. And, I think when the running game wasn't working, they just sort of found a way to continue to move the football at times and play good situational football. And then the kick return game, you get a couple big blocks. It wasn't just that, though, John. I mean, Iowa State really in that phase, other than kicking, really didn't execute. You got Roy Walling out there getting personal fouls, and he was involved in a number of things after the whistle where they didn't call anything. And it's just you gotta. Iowa State today did not play with the edge that it takes to win a football game against a really good opponent. And, I sort of saw it through warm-ups. I saw it when the team came out on the field to start the game. And I, if you wonder as a fan what role you have in all of this, the reality is you have a role in all this, right? So those moments in the game where Iowa State needed picked up, where Iowa State needed jacked up, where Iowa State needed inspiration coming into your home stadium that you're used to have being a great environment, which is so cool that has become what we're used to here at Iowa State. And then you're here and you don't have any of that, right? And it just feels all too casual. But that's not how the other guys are playing it. The other guys are playing it like it's a business trip. And I think that, the casual nature of some of the things Iowa State did at times really played out and played into Louisiana's hands. Hats off to them. That's a really skilled ball club. And, the effect of COVID and not having a raucous crowd here at Jack Trice Stadium certainly is real. And, do we still get beat? Maybe we get beat, but and the coaches and staff and everybody else say, hey, listen, we lost this and, we got to do these things better. And that's all true. But situation and context matters too. And I think that, today Iowa State got beat by a team that outplayed them, but maybe not a team that's better than them. And that's a thing that just makes you throw up in your mouth, right? And I know there's a lot of Cyclone fans right now that are feeling that way, and you should, right? You should feel that way. We should be in a position where we can win this game and, bring that energy and that focus it takes to grind it out and win.
Time now for our Iowa Corn drive of the game. Iowa State in a 7-7 game took over at its own 31-yard line, and a drive capped by a Brees Hall 11-yard touchdown run put the Cyclones up 14-7 with 1:17 to go in the half. A 7-play, 69-yard drive. It was our drive of the game, brought to you by Iowa's corn farmers. Here in Iowa, we grow corn, but the truth is corn grows Iowa. Corn grows feed for our livestock, food for our families, and clean-burning fuel for our vehicles. For your drive, choose homegrown ethanol. Follow Iowa Corn on Facebook to learn more. Final score 31-14. Louisiana back with more of the postgame show in a couple of minutes. You're listening to Cyclone Football from Learfield IMG College.
Okay. All right, guys, we're going to get rolling. From my end of it, first and foremost, hats off to Louisiana Lafayette. Give credit to their team, a really veteran football team that came in here and really in the second half, just really completely dominated the football game. A lot of credit to them for being ready, and a lot of credit for them of taking advantage of a lot of great opportunities. So with that said, I'll certainly open it up for questions from me.
All right, the first question will come from Mark Freund of WHO. Go ahead, Mark.
Thanks, Patrick. Matt, special teams seem to be a problem today. What did you see on the coverage, the kickoff and the punt return, and I guess just how disappointing were those two plays that really contributed to this loss?
Yeah, I think it was huge. And I think from a special teams standpoint, both field returns, both opportunities to return the ball back to the field, and we were out of our coverage lane, and they've got playmakers to make plays with it. And so, hats off to them. From my end of it, there's no excuse. It's something we've really worked on, and we've got good specialists. We've got the ability to be good on special teams. But today, hats off to them because they made two big plays, and like you said, were game changers.
Next question will be from John Schaefer of WOI. Go ahead, John.
And offensively, you guys kind of went stagnant there, especially in the second half. What caused that stagnation?
Yeah, I think the biggest thing is, really, we kind of lost track of our run game a little bit. They came out and played some different things in the second half. So, hats off to them, played some more man coverage than they had played in the first half. And then, as we tried to loosen things up, we just couldn't make a play and really struggled to do that really the entire second half. So, but I think the negating the running game, was really an advantage for them.
Next question will be from Zach Martin of the Iowa State Daily. Go ahead, Zach.
Thanks, Matt. Matt, what overall impressions do you have about the way Breesy ran today? Had a fumble in the first half, but seemed to pick it back up in the second half.
Well, I think we all know Brees is really talented. I don't like that the ball's on the ground twice. Those are critical mistakes. And, in the first game of the season, as you're trying to get your bearings, critical mistakes get you beat. And that's kind of what occurred today. So, obviously we know Brees is super talented. We've got great faith in Brees. But, the fundamentals and the details are still critical to our success.
Our next question will be from Jared Stansberry of the Iowa State Daily. Go ahead, Jared.
Coach, how big of an impact did losing Trevor towards the end of the first half make, and what's his status moving forward?
Well, I think the positive is we hope to get him back. I thought we played really well up front in the first half of the football game, and I think we all know he's such an anchor to the success of our offensive line. And so, anytime you lose an anchor, that's never easy. I do think Noah Jurgensen went in and, for a veteran senior here, did a admirable job of doing his job and doing what was needed. But Trev is a game changer for us. So that's a guy that we got to get back on the football field, and we hope he will be ready to go for our next football game.
The next question comes from Travis Hines of the Ames Tribune. Go ahead, Travis.
Matt, earlier this week you said that you thought you'd learn a lot about your football team today, and I know you'll obviously want to watch film to fully digest it. So what are your first impressions of where this team is?
Well, I think a team that I don't question their attitude and effort, and again, that's where you got to look at I think all of us is, from my standpoint, first and foremost is, man, did we have them ready to play? To, number two, it was fundamentals again, staying in your coverage lanes on the return game in terms of special teams. It was tackling and big plays in critical moments on defense. And it was taking care of the football on offense. And so, there was some really good growth and some things that we really put our mind to this offseason. But again, some of those critical areas, I think, again, we're all reminded that at Iowa State, you're going to have to win in the margins. And if you refuse to win in the margins, it's really going to be hard for us to have success. So tough way to learn it. But again, for us, it's a great opportunity to take what we learned today get ourselves back, great bye week, and get ready for Big 12 football.
What's Kolar's status?
Yeah, it really's been kind of day to day. Charlie, just going through some off-season stuff and working to get him back to full strength. And, I think he's really close to being back on the football field for us.
Next question will be from Zane Douglas of the Iowa State Daily. Go ahead, Zane.
Hi, Matt. I just wanted to ask, Brock was a little bit sloppy today. What did you see out of him, and what wasn't working for him?
Well, again, I think we dropped some balls, that are difference maker balls in probably the first half and early in the second half. I think getting into a really good rhythm was hard to find in the second half. I felt like he was there most of the first half, but really hard for him to get into that. And again, we got to make plays on the ball, and then we got to do a great job of putting Brock in the best position to be successful. But as you know, I've got the utmost faith in Brock, and he'll be back ready to get better on Monday.
Question will be from Rob Gray of Cyclone Fanatic. Go ahead, Rob.
Hi, Matt. Your general impressions of Louisiana today, and especially their ability to finish. I mean, they established their running game when they needed to grind out the game at the end.
Yeah, I think hats off to them. They're a veteran football team that knows how to win and have success, and I think you could feel their confidence, right? And that's something that was really hard in the game. We had a lot of opportunities to kind of, take a really good lead and really seize momentum. And they never allowed that to really occur from our end. And then, when they had the opportunity to seize momentum, they did it. And I think that's the sign of a football team that knows how to win. And, obviously we're continuing to work to get to that point, but hats off to them because, again, they never let momentum totally swing our way. And then when they had the opportunity to seize it, they did.
Our next question will be from Randy Peterson with One Register. Go ahead, Randy.
Matt, you brought up a couple questions ago something about questioning, going back over, was this team ready to play? You think this team was ready to play today?
Man, I really felt in the first half, our speed, our energy, the way we played, I really felt that way. And so, again, you go back, you watch the film, and I still wouldn't change anything we did in terms of preparation because our thought process has been, A, number one, health and safety of our kids. B, number two, getting our guys prepared for a 10-game football season. And then C, getting ourselves ready to show up in the first game. And so 1 and 2, I really feel confident in that plan. And, we'll go back and evaluate it. And again, you start with yourself and then you work your way down. So, we'll evaluate it. But I sure felt that way in the first half. I thought we were fast. I thought we were physical, and I didn't question those things that normally would show up if you weren't ready to play.
Matt, you didn't take a whole lot of shots down the field today. I remember one to Landon Akers, for example, but that's pretty much it that I can remember. Was that part of the strategy, or it just wasn't there?
Yeah, again, Randy, that's a really good question. I think there were some balls pushed vertically down the field. We didn't make many plays on them, and I think that probably is the thing that was absolutely showed up and really a big difference in the game, right? They made a couple big plays, and we didn't really make any of those big plays in terms of the passing game. So, again, those things, hats off to their secondary, but I don't know if that was the plan. I know we like to push the ball vertically down the field, and to me, we didn't have much success doing that when we did.
Next question will be from Elgin Rucker of KTCI. Go ahead, Elgin.
Yeah, Coach, following up off of that, you talked about the drop just right now, and Brock having a tough time connecting down the field on the pass about 60 yards. Did you go into this thinking that was to be expected with how this offseason and training camp were very different for the players?
Yeah, I think you knew you were going to, at least from our end of it, we were going to have to work through some of those things. And, again, we're working through that against a very good football team. Hats off to them. I'm not in a panic mode by any stretch of the imagination. As long as the attitude and effort of this team continues, then I have complete faith that we'll have the ability to get where we need to go. But, those are the things that are obviously frustrating. And again, you put that back on yourself as the head football coach. Is there some more things that we needed to do to get ready? But I still say, for us, it's a long haul in mind. It's going to be a long season. There's a lot of things going on, and making sure that we continue to pound away at the health, the safety, and the well-being of our kids is our number one priority. We got enough really good football players here to continue to get better at the sport of football.
Yeah, I think Brock had 2 connects. One of them to Xavier Hutchinson. He had 11 targets. What did you like from him and some of those better connections he had with Brock? How they continue to develop their connections together?
Yeah, and you were breaking up just a hair, but I think you were talking about the connection with Xavier Hutchinson and some of those guys downfield. And again, those are things we're going to, we're going to have to continue to evaluate and continue to work on. But I will say this, how those two have practiced, how they continue to approach their day-to-day operation is really impressive to me. And I know I said that earlier in the week and early about Xavier. That's the thing that I do love about Brock Purdy is both of those guys are willing to work. And Sean Shaw, Tariq Milton, Landon Akers, we got enough of those guys, and we'll just continue to go to work and continue to pound away at it.
Our next question will be from Scott Document of The Athletic. Go ahead, Scott.
Yeah, Matt, I guess first of all, I just wanted to ask about kind of the surreal atmosphere. Did you ever take a second, but even before the game, to just kind of look around and see what wasn't here, which was your normal large crowd? And did you think about it at all during the game?
Yeah, I think, Scott, as you go out, it's certainly, different. But, man, I think for me, hats off to our parents that showed up, hats off to our amazing band, our cheer team. And quite honestly, it is what it is. It is different, but it's one of those situations that I don't think from my end either had an effect on the game or it's just different. And we knew it was going to be different, and that's just how it's going to be throughout the majority of the football season.
Do you think that the defensive backs that they had, they seemed to limit a lot of the separation that you would probably try to get downfield? I mean, how challenging was it to try to run routes to get them kind of off you and what you guys were doing, especially because they were very hands-on in some of those crossing routes?
Yeah, I think, Scott, you hit the nail on the head, honestly. That was a huge difference in the second half of the game. Their ability to play man-to-man coverage and our inability to make plays with man-to-man coverage. And so, we'll go back to work on those things. What was it? What do we need to continue to pound away in our arsenal to have success? I certainly don't think it's a matter of not having good enough football players to do that. But like you said, those guys, that was the difference in the game in the second half from their defense versus our offense standpoint.
Our next question will be from Bill Seals of Cyclone Report. Go ahead, Bill.
Sacks, 2 tackles for losses for Will McDonald. Get into his game a little bit and kind of what you saw.
Yeah, I thought as I watched our football team play today, Jaquan Bailey, Will McDonald, both those guys, they looked really good. And I thought our defensive front played with great tenacity. I think really until the end of the football game, they were exactly what you expected that defensive front to play like and look like. So, really excited about Will, really excited about Jaquan. Great to have him back out there. That was a huge win for Iowa State today to have Jaquan Bailey back on the field, and just excited about their ability to continue to grow.
Thank you.
Sure.
Our next question will be from Jared Stansberry of Cyclone Fanatic. Go ahead, Jared.
Coach, this is obviously the second year in a row where you guys have come out and been, I guess, underwhelming would be one way to put it in the season opener. Why do you think that is?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think 2 absolutely different situations, in my honest opinion. There's one that, I think last year completely different than this year in terms of what it was and really what it is. But I think after I can watch the game and really evaluate you, I can thoroughly give you what it was the next time we talk. But I think absolutely different, 2 drastically different teams, in my honest opinion.
Our final question for Coach Campbell will be from Zach Martin of the Iowa State Daily. Go ahead, Zach.
Coach, just a quick follow-up on that. Do you see a trend where you guys are playing down to your level of winning closely to Drake and UNI, and then losing here tonight? Do you see that trend in seasons past? And is it?
Well, I think that's I think it's, again, I think you're comparing apples to oranges, right? Like every one of those situations are so drastically different. Number one, this was a really good football team that came in here today. We knew that. Number two, playing down almost is demeaning to Louisiana Lafayette, and I don't think that's fair. And then number three, again, this is a completely different football team. So, we've worked through a process of, what's gone on here in the last 6 months in a very unique way, and I'm not embarrassed by it, and I'm not disappointed in it. But first game of the season, it'll be really interesting to see how this team continues to respond going forward. Thank you.
This has been a presentation from Learfield IMG College.